On the streets of the beautiful country, Wushuang hurried along, carrying her sketchbook. When she reached a red brick building, a tall and handsome Chinese man stepped out. His eyes glanced at the drawing board behind her, and he smiled politely. "Miss Ji, off to paint again? It seems you chose the wrong major. You should have studied art instead of mechanical design." Wushuang smiled but said nothing as she walked past him into the building. Even from a distance, she could still feel his sharp gaze on her back, making her skin prickle. She felt that way because she knew this man had come to kill her. Wushuang was a member of the Fast Travel Bureau's brick department. The name came from the saying, "A brick can be moved wherever it's needed." Her missions included, but were not limited to, redeeming villains, helping side characters get revenge, and turning underdogs into winners. Before this, Wushuang had completed 2 missions. The first was a survival mission during a famine. She had struggled to save her client's mother from starving to death and to escape from cruel relatives. To finish that mission, she even borrowed 300 points, but in the end, she not only repaid the debt, but also earned another 300 points. The second mission was set in a post-apocalyptic world, with only one goal: to survive. It was a painful experience, but the rewards were great. In that world, Wushuang gained a storage space of over 10,000 square meters. Wushuang spent all her mission points to bind her soul to the space, making it her own forever. From then on, the space could follow her across different worlds. This was Wushuang's third mission. The original owner of this body, Ji Wushuang, was the daughter of a military family. Her father, Ji Jianan, was a general, and her mother, Lu Feihong, was a military doctor. Ji Wushuang was their only child. At that time, the nation was poor and weak, facing blockades and restrictions from developed countries led by a powerful foreign nation. To gain access to advanced technology, the country selected a group of outstanding students to study abroad in that powerful nation. As a second-generation military child with excellent grades and a strong sense of duty, Ji Wushuang was chosen to join the program. When she first arrived, she was full of patriotic passion, determined to learn and return home to serve her country. However, reality soon struck her hard. She faced constant discrimination, which deeply discouraged her. The wealth and luxury of the foreign country gradually weakened her resolve, and she began to waver in her loyalty, dreaming instead of a comfortable life there. The final turning point came when an American man named John Wixon began to pursue her. John came from a wealthy family and spared no expense to win her over. He even took her into research projects she normally wouldn't have access to. Although she was only there as a decorative presence rather than a real participant, it still satisfied her vanity. When her studies ended, the other students returned home, but Ji Wushuang chose to stay behind. To raise her status, the original person not only abandoned her country, but also chose to betray it. As the daughter of a military officer, she knew some minor confidential information. She revealed this information to a research institute in exchange for their approval. However, the good days she gained through betrayal did not last long. Because her actions were so terrible, the country sent a special agent to deal with her. That agent was the handsome man Wushuang met today, Xiao Changsheng. Xiao Changsheng was highly skilled. Pretending to be visiting relatives, he rented a place in the same building as her. Not long after moving in, he completed his mission to eliminate the traitor. After her death, her parents, ashamed of their only daughter's betrayal, passed away within 2 years from grief. Although Wushuang now occupied the original person's identity, her mission was not about the traitor herself, but about her parents. Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong were both people of great virtue. They should have lived peaceful, happy lives, but their daughter's early death ruined that. Wushuang's task was to clear the daughter's name, allowing Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong to feel proud of having Ji Wushuang as their child and to live out their lives in peace. When Wushuang entered the mission, it was already late. Everything the original person was meant to do had been done. There were less than 3 months left before Xiao Changsheng's arrival to carry out his mission. Wushuang made a quick decision and bought 2 skills on credit from the system store, speed reading and perfect memory for 200 points, and hundredfold learning ability for 100 points. Wushuang was just an ordinary person with average intelligence. Without the learning boost, she could barely handle high school math. After that, she developed a new hobby, carrying a sketchbook around the city every day to draw. Drawing was a skill she had learned late in her first mission world. After more than 20 years of practice, she wasn't a master, but her work was decent enough. That was sufficient. Besides drawing, Wushuang also checked in daily at the Research Institute and spent time with John Wixon. Whenever she had the chance to see blueprints, she would memorize them as quickly as possible, then leave as if nothing had happened. Over time, the people at the institute began to assume she was just a pretty face and became less cautious around her. Occasionally, she even got to see confidential designs. They thought she couldn't possibly remember anything in such a short time. But with her enhanced memory and reading speed, that was more than enough for Wushuang to memorize everything. Back home, she used special ink to redraw the blueprints on transparent plastic sheets. The ink would disappear 3 hours after writing and could only be revealed again by soaking it in a special solution. When the ink became invisible, Wushuang would place the finished drawing on a plastic sheet, seal the edges, and store it carefully. Day after day, by the time Xiao Changsheng arrived, Wushuang had already collected a thick stack of more than 100 drawings. Wushuang didn't know what the drawings were for. She simply relied on her excellent memory to copy them exactly. She had no idea when Xiao Changsheng would take action, but she focused on her own work without wasting a moment. At night, Wushuang closed the curtains and turned on the light. That day, she worked on a drawing over 1 meter long because the design she was copying was unusually large. She spread out the transparent plastic sheet and began to draw with full concentration. Behind her, Xiao Changsheng silently dropped down from a small gap above the wardrobe, holding a pistol fitted with a silencer. He moved quietly toward Wushuang, who was completely absorbed in her work and noticed nothing. He aimed the gun at the back of her head, but just before pulling the trigger, his eyes happened to fall on the drawing she was working on. Xiao Changsheng froze. Half of a densely detailed, highly complex blueprint was rapidly taking shape under Wushuang's hands. His hand trembled slightly. He quickly lifted the gun upward to make sure it hadn't fired by accident, and only then did he let out a breath of relief. Xiao Changsheng couldn't help but study Wushuang's drawing more closely. He realized her speed was astonishing, so fast it almost made him dizzy. The detailed blueprint was drawn at an astonishing speed. Although Xiao Changsheng only half understood what he was seeing, he could tell that it was something very important. Feeling conflicted, he decided to stay still for the moment. While Wushuang continued drawing, Xiao Changsheng stood silently behind her, watching. Just as the blueprint was about to be finished, Xiao Changsheng's eyes widened in shock. He noticed that the parts Wushuang had drawn earlier were starting to disappear. Soon, Wushuang finished the drawing, straightened up, and let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Changsheng, too surprised to move, tensed up for a moment, thinking he might be discovered. But Wushuang didn't even glance back. She went straight to the table and began eating the food there hungrily. She looked like someone who hadn't eaten in days. It wasn't that she didn't care about her image. Her mind had been working so fast that she was dizzy with hunger and felt she might faint. While she ate, Xiao Changsheng managed to hide himself in a spot where he could still observe her without being seen. After finishing her meal, Wushuang noticed that the patterns on the blueprint had completely vanished. She carefully wrapped the new drawing and sealed it. To avoid leaving any marks, she had used the finest brush to make the blueprint. When everything was done, Wushuang placed the finished drawing neatly on top of a tall stack of other paintings. Xiao Changsheng looked at the thick stack of paintings, his heart beating fast with excitement. Could there really be a blueprint hidden under each one? He couldn't quite believe it, yet he couldn't stop hoping. After Wushuang finished drawing the blueprints, she went straight to her bedroom and quickly fell asleep. Once Xiao Changsheng was sure she was asleep, he quietly came out again, walked to the pile of paintings, and carefully lifted them one by one. As he suspected, under every painting was a sheet of clear plastic. He looked at the paintings with mixed feelings. After thinking for a while, he decided not to take any of them and quietly left. When he returned, Xiao Changsheng used a special channel to send a message to his superior. He believed Wushuang hadn't really betrayed her country. Instead, she had pretended to do so to gain the trust of the Foreign Research Institute. He also thought her relationship with John Wixon wasn't out of vanity, but a way to get close to the secret blueprints. So Xiao Changsheng requested to pause the plan to eliminate Wushuang, asking for more time to observe and confirm whether she had truly turned traitor. The next morning, Wushuang put on bright makeup and headed to the Research Institute. As she was leaving, she happened to meet Xiao Changsheng, and they went downstairs together. Xiao Changsheng started the conversation. "Miss Ji, I'm new here and not very familiar with the area. Could you spare some time to show me around?" As he spoke, he gave her a charming smile. Wushuang even noticed that Xiao Changsheng had dressed up carefully. He had left 2 buttons on his collar open, showing a bit of his collarbone. Wushuang was speechless. Was he trying to charm her? Of course, Wushuang, being very straightforward, turned him down. "Sorry, I'm not very familiar with this place either. If you want to get to know the area, it's best to hire a local guide." After saying that, Wushuang left quickly. Watching her walk away, Xiao Changsheng smiled softly. She really doesn't understand hints at all. Wushuang's luck was good that day. She came across 2 airplane blueprints. Pretending to be curious, she took a quick look at them. She looked fast, then went to bother John Wixon, asking him to take her out to paint. Wushuang knew John Wixon was busy, and she said it on purpose. She didn't really want to spend time with him. As expected, John Wixon refused, but to make up for it, he gave her several gifts and some money. Wushuang accepted them without hesitation. After all, she was now playing the role of a vain, money-loving woman. Leaving the Research Institute early, Wushuang found a scenic spot and began to paint. The 2 airplane blueprints were very detailed. 1 or 2 drawings weren't enough, so Wushuang created a 4-panel painting. By the time she finished, it was already late. If it weren't for her enhanced learning ability, Wushuang wouldn't have been able to complete 4 paintings so quickly. When Wushuang returned home, Xiao Changsheng was sitting in the lobby downstairs, drinking coffee. When he saw Wushuang, Xiao Changsheng didn't go up to talk this time. He just smiled at him. Wushuang politely nodded and went upstairs. Watching the drawing board on Wushuang's back, Xiao Changsheng looked thoughtful. He had sharp eyes and noticed that Wushuang had finished more than 1 painting. According to his analysis, if Wushuang drew a design plan for every painting, then today he must be planning to draw more than 1. Thinking of this, Xiao Changsheng couldn't help feeling both excited and nervous. He knew very well how important those design plans were. Back in his room, Wushuang immediately began working on the drawings without a moment's rest. To make sure the plans were perfect, Wushuang focused completely. Because of that, he didn't notice when the door opened and Xiao Changsheng quietly walked in. Just like the day before, Xiao Changsheng stood silently behind him, watching. Even though it was the 2nd time he had seen it, Xiao Changsheng was still amazed by Wushuang's speed and precision. Even with his photographic memory, Wushuang was afraid of mixing up the designs, so he decided to finish them all in one go. He was so focused that he forgot to eat or drink. It wasn't until dawn that Wushuang finally completed the airplane design. Wushuang let out a sigh of relief and stood up, wanting to stretch her stiff body, but the world suddenly spun, and she collapsed. Just as she was about to fall, she felt someone catch her, keeping her from hitting the ground. Seeing Wushuang suddenly faint, Xiao Changsheng was startled. Ignoring the risk of being discovered, he quickly supported her. After all, someone as brilliant as Wushuang couldn't be allowed to get hurt. That would be a great loss. As a top agent, Xiao Changsheng knew some basic medical skills. Without even checking, he could tell why Wushuang had fainted. She had overused her brain and hadn't replenished her energy in time. He didn't dare move her and risk drawing attention, so he gently laid her on the floor. He went to the kitchen, prepared a cup of sugar water, and carefully fed it to her, then gave her some plain water to wash away the sweetness. After putting everything back in place, Xiao Changsheng didn't leave. He quietly hid nearby to watch over her. He didn't dare go far, worried that her condition might worsen. After drinking the sugar water, Wushuang soon regained consciousness and opened her eyes. Feeling weak, she sat on the floor for a while, unable to stand. She smacked her lips slightly. The lingering sweetness was obvious. Though she had fallen, she didn't feel any pain or injury. Xiao Changsheng must have been in the room just now. Not only did he spare her, but he even helped her. Wushuang felt a wave of relief. The danger had passed, and she no longer had to fear being eliminated. Wushuang rested for a long time before finally standing up and slowly going to the kitchen to make something to eat. Feeling unwell and too tired to cook anything complicated, she simply boiled some noodles in clear water. She blanched a few vegetables, mixed them with some seasoning, and ate them just like that. After eating, she still felt dizzy and her head ached, the result of overworking her brain. But there were new blueprints at the Research Institute today, designs for a very advanced lathe. Wushuang couldn't give up. She washed her face with cold water and put on bright makeup, covering her pale and tired look. In an instant, she appeared lively and beautiful again. Taking her drawing board, Wushuang stepped into her high heels and headed straight to the Research Institute. After she left, Xiao Changsheng came out, looking worried and heavy-hearted. Wushuang had gone out early in the morning, working on both drawings and blueprints. She hadn't rested all night, and now she was out again. If she kept working like this, she would be going non-stop for 2 days, with her brain under constant strain. No one could endure that. Xiao Changsheng paced back and forth, anxious and uneasy for the first time. In the end, he couldn't think of a good solution. He couldn't stop her from going to the institute. So he went out, bought a chicken, and made chicken soup to help her recover. When Wushuang came back, exhausted, she was greeted by the rich aroma of the soup, making her stomach growl. She had been so busy all day that she hadn't eaten properly, and now she was truly hungry. The delicious smell instantly made Wushuang's stomach growl with hunger. Just as she was thinking about finding a place to eat, she saw Xiao Changsheng come out wearing an apron and holding a ladle. His casual, homely look didn't make him any less handsome. Instead, it gave him a warm, family-like charm. When he saw Wushuang, Xiao Changsheng's face lit up with surprise and joy. "Miss Ji, you're back. I happened to cook too much today. Would you like to come over and try my cooking?" Wushuang held her stomach. She really was starving. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. "Then I'll take you up on that. Let me put my things away first." Xiao Changsheng quickly offered to help carry her drawing board. "I'll help you take it upstairs." "Thank you," Wushuang said. He smiled warmly. "We're both from the same country, and it's fate that we became neighbors in a foreign land. No need to be so polite. You can call me Changsheng, and I'll call you Wushuang. Let's be friends." Wushuang smiled lightly. "Sure." After putting down her drawing board at home, she also picked up 2 boxes of sweets that John Wixon had given her. The desserts from that country were far too sweet for her taste, so she decided to bring them to Xiao Changsheng instead. Xiao Changsheng had made chicken soup, 2 stir-fried vegetable dishes, and braised pork. Wushuang hadn't eaten authentic Chinese food in a long time, and just smelling it made her mouth water. Xiao Changsheng warmly served Wushuang some chicken soup and dishes. He placed the glossy, red braised pork in front of her, but barely ate any himself. Wushuang ate happily and was about to help wash the dishes, but Xiao Changsheng quickly refused. "I'll wash these. If you have things to do, go ahead," he said. He had invited her to eat, not to take up her time. Wushuang didn't insist. After thanking him, she hurried off. Xiao Changsheng quickly finished washing the dishes and, as if familiar with the place, went to Wushuang's room. Having been there twice before, he already knew that once Wushuang started drawing blueprints, she would block out everything around her. So he didn't bother hiding his movements much, only making sure not to make any noise. The first 2 times he had mainly observed her. This time, he was there to keep watch, making sure no one came by unexpectedly and interrupted her work. Fortunately, the machine design was finished earlier than expected, leaving Wushuang about 3 hours to rest. But after using her brains so much, She was extremely hungry. She quickly ate a box of overly sweet chocolate, brushed her teeth, and fell asleep almost instantly. 3 hours later, Wushuang woke up, washed up, put on some light makeup, and rushed to the research institute. Lately, John Wixon had been acting inappropriately toward her, and Wushuang had been finding it troublesome to avoid him. If John Wixon were a handsome man, Wushuang wouldn't mind having a pleasant romantic encounter while on a mission. The problem was that John Wixon wasn't good-looking, and Wushuang simply couldn't bring herself to be close to him. Fortunately, John Wixon was a gentleman and never forced her. Most importantly, he believed Wushuang could never escape from him. He thought she would eventually be his, so he didn't mind playing a slow, teasing game with her. While Wushuang was busy secretly sketching blueprints, back in their home country, Ji Jiannen's former superior, Hu Guojun, came to visit him. Lately, Ji Jiannen and his wife, Lu Feihong, had been living through very difficult days. Ever since they learned that their daughter, Ji Wushuang, had betrayed the country, both of them had been filled with guilt. They had even thought about resigning, but their superiors wouldn't allow it. Both had once fought for their country, and their loyalty was beyond question. Still, they couldn't forgive themselves. In the past, they always had endless things to talk about when they got home. Now, when they returned, neither of them wanted to speak. In the large, quiet house, they sat facing each other in silence, without even the desire to eat. Their orderly brought food from the cafeteria, but even after it went cold, they didn't touch it. It was at that moment that Hu Guojun arrived. When Ji Jiannen saw him, his face was full of shame. "Old commander, what brings you here?" Lu Feihong forced a small smile to greet him. She had been under a lot of stress lately, and painful mouth ulcers made even drinking water difficult. Hu Guojun looked at Ji Jiannen and Lu Feihong, both of whom looked pale, and smiled. "Jiannen, are you still upset about Wushuang?" Ji Jiannen's face turned white with anger. "Old chief, don't mention that child again. I regret ever having her. If I had known she would betray the country, I would have rather not let her live." Lu Feihong couldn't hold back her tears, her face full of shame. These days, although she was angry and hurt, she still couldn't stop worrying about her daughter. Hu Guojun quickly said, "You two are misunderstanding the child. Ji Wushuang did not betray the country." Ji Jiannen and Lu Feihong were both shocked. They looked at each other, then turned anxiously to Hu Guojun. Lu Feihong's voice trembled. "Our Wushuang really didn't betray the country?" Ji Jiannen also urged impatiently, "Old chief." Hu Guojun understood their pain and said firmly, "You both know that Ji Wushuang's supposed betrayal was a serious matter. The country sent people to deal with the traitors." Ji Jiannen and Lu Feihong nodded. They knew about such actions. During the war, there were missions to eliminate traitors, and even after the founding of a nation, such operations continued secretly. These days, Ji Jiannen and Lu Feihong could hardly eat or sleep. They were heartbroken not only because they believed their daughter had betrayed the country, but also because they knew she would be punished. Hu Guojun continued, "The team sent to deal with Ji Wushuang discovered that her betrayal was only an act. She pretended to be influenced by a foreign country and even deliberately got close to John Wixon to use him as a way to enter the research institute. No one would ever suspect a woman who seemed shallow, greedy, and vain. Ji Wushuang used this to her advantage and openly gained access to some confidential blueprints. During the day, she pretended to be absorbed in painting, but at night she secretly copied the blueprints onto plastic sheets and hid them inside her artwork. No one knew how she did it, but after she finished, the ink on the blueprints would disappear. If everything went as planned, when Comrade Ji Wushuang returned, she would bring back many valuable blueprints for the country. She was not a traitor, but a national hero who willingly carried a false reputation and endured hardship for her mission. If our comrades sent to handle the situation hadn't been careful, she might have been harmed by her own people. Hu Guojun held Ji Jiannen's trembling hand tightly and patted it firmly. "Jiannen, you raised a wonderful daughter. She never betrayed her country. She has always been loyal." Ji Jiannen's lips trembled with emotion. "Good. My daughter is not a traitor. She is not a traitor. Tears streamed down Lu Feihong's face as the pain in her heart finally eased. Her daughter was not a betrayer, but a hero. Seeing how emotional they were, Hu Guojun took his leave, giving them time to calm down. After sending him off, Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter, feeling a deep sense of relief and joy they had never felt before. After their happiness faded a little, the two suddenly felt very hungry. Before, they had been too upset to notice their hunger. They hadn't had a proper meal for many days, but now that their worries were gone, their appetites returned. Ji Jianan pulled Lu Feihong to sit down. "You sit here, I'll go heat up the food." Lu Feihong stopped him. "Don't bother heating it. It's still early. Let's go out and buy some meat. I'll cook something nice, so we can celebrate." Ji Jianan felt cheerful and nodded right away. "Good idea. I'll bring out the wine I've been saving, and we can have a few drinks." Their spirits were completely different from before. Once hopeless, they were now full of energy and hope. Although they still worried about their daughter Ji Wushuang's safety, both of them, as soldiers and military doctors, were ready to sacrifice for their country. That was also why Wushuang was so eager to clear her name in front of Xiao Changsheng. She could have chosen a safer way, working steadily at the research institute and slowly gathering the blueprints. That would have been less risky and easier on her. But Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong's lives were in danger. Their deaths would have been caused by the heartbreak of believing their daughter had betrayed the country. If Wushuang didn't clear her name quickly, by the time she returned, it might have been too late. She would only find their bodies, and her mission would fail. As Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong's spirits lifted, Wushuang immediately received the system's feedback and finally felt at ease. That day, Wushuang received an incredibly complex blueprint. She worked on it almost without sleep for an entire day and night, and even then, she had only finished half of it. The blueprint required many different parts, so Wushuang couldn't afford to lose focus for even a moment. Because she barely ate or drank while working, Xiao Changsheng, who was beside her, grew very worried. He didn't dare to interrupt her, so he could only pace anxiously. Halfway through, Wushuang felt a sudden warmth in her nose and had a bad feeling. She quickly turned away from the blueprint and covered her nose, but a stream of blood still came out, staining her clothes. She swayed slightly and then fell backward. Xiao Changsheng rushed forward, no longer caring about hiding his identity, and caught her in his arms. Half lying against him, Wushuang looked up weakly and gave a faint smile. "You're from the government, aren't you?" Xiao Changsheng paused for a moment, but wasn't surprised that she had figured it out. She was a clever person. He nodded. "Yes. From now on, I'll be responsible for your safety and well-being." He wasn't lying. He had just received orders from home to fully assist Ji Wushuang and ensure her safety. Wushuang nodded slightly and asked the question that mattered most to her. "How are my parents?" Xiao Changsheng gently lifted her and placed her on the sofa. "They're doing very well. The commander told them you never betrayed the country. They're proud of you." Wushuang closed her eyes wearily and said in a weak voice, "I'm going to sleep for a while. Do as you like." Both Xiao Changsheng and Wushuang silently avoided mentioning the mission that had first brought him to her side. They also didn't talk about why Xiao Changsheng had entered her room without permission. Wushuang hadn't slept long before she woke up again, and the room was filled with the smell of delicious food. Seeing her awake, Xiao Changsheng quickly came over and asked with concern, "Wushuang, how are you feeling?" Wushuang sat up and smiled. "I'm fine. I just overused my brain a bit. A nap helped a lot." Xiao Changsheng helped her to the table. "I made pork bone soup and ribs. Eat more." Wushuang's condition made it difficult for her to go to the hospital. After all, someone who spent her days eating, drinking, relaxing, and painting couldn't really be said to have overworked her mind. So Xiao Changsheng could only cook good food for her, making sure she ate well and stayed healthy. To take better care of her, he decided to stay at her place for a while. However, he still kept his belongings in his own room, since John Wixon sometimes visited Wushuang's home. At that time, Wushuang was still publicly known as John Wixon's girlfriend, and if he found signs of another man in her house, it would cause serious trouble. Fortunately, after finishing the latest design, the research institute had no new projects for a while, allowing Wushuang to rest properly. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Wushuang hadn't seen any new designs for a long time. John Wixon was losing patience with Wushuang. If Wushuang hadn't used marriage as a condition, John would have already forced her into a relationship. From the start, John never planned to marry Wushuang. He only wanted a casual relationship. He already had a fiancée from a powerful family, someone even more influential and assertive than he was. That was why, when Wushuang insisted on marriage, John didn't dare to push her too far. He couldn't let his fiancée find out about another woman. If his fiancée weren't busy fighting her brothers over the family inheritance and rarely visiting the research institute, John wouldn't have dared to bring Wushuang there. But relying only on his fiancée's presence to keep him in check wouldn't last forever. One day, John would lose control, and when that happened, things would turn ugly. Once that happened, Wushuang would no longer be able to stay at the institute. Since that day would come sooner or later, Wushuang decided to return to her home country early. However, even though she was seen as just a pretty face, suddenly leaving the institute without a good reason would raise suspicion. To make her departure smooth, Wushuang decided to stage a plan with Xiao Changsheng. In a cafe, Daisy, dressed smartly in a tailored suit, pushed open the door and walked in. Her sharp eyes swept across the room before she sat down by the window. Sitting across from her was Xiao Changsheng. Daisy looked him over with a proud, dismissive expression. "You're the one who wanted to meet me?" she asked coldly. Xiao Changsheng nodded. "Miss Daisy, I came to see you about your fiancé. He has been seeing someone else behind your back." Daisy didn't believe it right away. Instead of getting angry, she narrowed her eyes slightly. With a calm but firm tone, she looked at Xiao Changsheng. "Why should I believe you? And why are you telling me this?" Xiao Changsheng remained composed. "Because the woman he's seeing is someone I care about. Your fiancé hid the fact that he was already engaged and deceived the girl I like into becoming his girlfriend. She's now working at the same research institute as him. Everyone there knows about it. You can easily find out if you check. If possible, I hope you can warn your fiancé to stop this behavior. It would be best if the girl could leave the institute, so I can take her back home." Xiao Changsheng's words were so clear that Daisy couldn't help but believe him. After a moment of silence, she gave a mocking smile. "I must say, sir, you're just as shameless as my fiancé. But I will look into it." Early the next morning, Wushuang went to the research institute. John Wixon quickly came over. He leaned close and said with a smile, "You smell nice today." He tried to put his arm around her, but Wushuang stopped him in time. John's expression darkened slightly, and Wushuang lightly tapped his hand, pretending to scold him playfully. "You always think about such things. Fine, come to my house tonight." Hearing Wushuang's suggestive words, John Wixon's eyes lit up with excitement and expectation. That evening, when Wushuang returned home, Xiao Changsheng came down the stairs. The two greeted each other with a smile and went their separate ways. As soon as John entered the house, he impatiently tried to hug Wushuang, but she pushed him away with a light kick. "What's the rush? Go take a shower first." "I'll get changed." John sighed and tapped her nose lightly. "You always make things complicated." Wushuang smiled playfully. "It's my first time inviting you over. Of course, I want everything to be nice." John took a deep breath to calm himself and went to take a shower. Meanwhile, Wushuang put on a robe and arranged the room carefully, decorating the bed with rose petals to create a warm and romantic atmosphere. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Wushuang smiled and went to open it. Standing at the door was Daisy, accompanied by two bodyguards. Daisy didn't look angry. Instead, she smiled politely at Wushuang. "Hello, miss. I'm here to see my fiancé." Wushuang looked at her in confusion. "Excuse me, are you sure you have the right place? There's only my boyfriend here, not your fiancé." Daisy kept smiling politely. "I didn't make a mistake. Your boyfriend is my fiancé." Although she seemed polite, her actions were not. She ordered her bodyguards to move Wushuang aside, then walked in confidently and sat on the sofa. Wushuang was furious. What's wrong with you? I already told you. My boyfriend isn't your fiancé. Just then, John Wixon came out of the bathroom, wearing only a pair of shorts. He started to speak cheerfully. Honey, did you miss me? I'm coming. But when he saw Lucy sitting on the sofa with 2 bodyguards, he froze. Ignoring Wushuang, John looked nervously at Lucy. Lucy, why are you here? Lucy gave a mocking smile. If I didn't come, how would I know my fiancé has a girlfriend? Wushuang stared at them in shock, her hand trembling as she pointed back and forth.
What do you mean, John?
Are you really this woman's fiancé? Her voice rose sharply. You lied to me. You said you wanted to marry me, but you already have a fiancé. Did you want me to be your secret lover? John didn't even try to calm the heartbroken Wushuang. He hurried to explain to Lucy, Lucy, please believe me. She means nothing to me. You're the one I love. Lucy said nothing, her expression unreadable, while Wushuang completely lost control. She grabbed whatever was nearby and threw it at John. I told you to stop playing around, you useless person.
Get out.
I'm breaking up with you. I'm going back home. John Wixon was irritated by Wushuang's outburst. Right now, he was only worried that Lucy might turn against him. If Lucy did, he would definitely lose his position as heir. The only reason he had the family's support and was chosen as the successor was because his fiancée, Lucy, was very powerful. Compared to his future, a little side relationship meant nothing. He threw aside the pillow Wushuang had thrown at him and shouted angrily, break up? Don't be ridiculous. You were just someone I spent time with for fun. Did you really think you were my girlfriend? You liar. You tricked me. Wushuang turned away, crying as she ran out. As soon as she turned the corner, Xiao Changsheng grabbed her hand and pulled her into his room. Her act ended instantly, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Xiao Changsheng gave her a thumbs up. That was a great performance. Wushuang smiled. Thanks. Based on what I know about John Wixon, to prove his loyalty to Lucy, he'll probably kick me out of the research institute or even force me to return home. That way, we can leave here smoothly. Xiao Changsheng nodded in agreement. Let's hope everything goes well. You haven't eaten yet, right? I just made dinner. Let's eat first. Wushuang and Xiao Changsheng quietly shared a meal. After dinner, Wushuang went back, and by then, John Wixon and Daisy had already left. The next day, Wushuang went to the research institute. As expected, she wasn't even allowed to enter. The guard at the gate told her arrogantly that she had been dismissed from the institute. After making a scene, Wushuang left the place feeling humiliated and disappointed. When she returned home, her landlord was already waiting at the door. The landlord told her directly that he would no longer rent the apartment to her and gave her only 1 day to move out. Wushuang had no choice but to carry her belongings onto the street, looking completely lost and broken. Xiao Changsheng helped her carry the most important painting and whispered, I've booked the flight back home. It's tomorrow. Wushuang nodded. Now that John Wixon has forced me to return, no one will suspect us. Xiao Changsheng felt a surge of excitement and nodded. We're finally going back. Every day here has been full of fear. To avoid any trouble, Wushuang and Xiao Changsheng didn't even stay at a hotel. They threw away most of their things, keeping only what was essential, and headed straight for the airport. They spent the night waiting there, and early the next morning they boarded the plane. During the security check, Wushuang's luggage was inspected several times because of her nationality. Even her paintings were taken apart and examined, but fortunately, the transparent plastic backing made everything look normal at a glance. Wushuang once again used a fine brush to draw the design. The lines were so smooth that not a single flaw could be seen. In the end, the two of them managed to board the plane safely. During the flight, they guarded Wushuang's drawings carefully, not daring to relax for even a moment. After a long and tense journey, they finally returned home. As soon as they stepped off the plane, a group of soldiers surrounded Wushuang and Xiao Changsheng. Leading them was someone Wushuang knew, Jiang Zhan, the personal guard of Hu Guojun, her father Ji Jianen's old superior. Jiang Zhan saluted Wushuang. Comrade Ji, I'm here to escort you. Wushuang returned the salute and said, Thank you for your hard work. All the way, Wushuang was surrounded by soldiers and escorted to a heavily guarded military base. There, she met Hu Guojun and several high-ranking officers, along with a group of scientists who looked at her with great excitement. The officers gathered around Wushuang, making her feel a bit pressured. But they were under pressure too. The many blueprints Wushuang carried represented the hope of the nation's rise. As an old acquaintance, Hu Guojun spoke first. Comrade Ji Wushuang, you've endured a lot for the country. Wushuang's expression was serious. For the strength of our nation, it's not a hardship, Commander. But could you help me prepare some solutions to reveal the drawings? Hu Guojun nodded immediately. Of course. Whatever you need, just ask. Wushuang nodded, picked up a pen, and wrote down the names of several medicinal ingredients and 2 rare minerals. After finishing writing, she said to Hu Guojun, boil these herbs into a pot of medicine, then grind the minerals into powder and add them in. Hu Guojun immediately sent people to do it, while Wushuang reported her experiences in the beautiful country to the leaders. Soon, the medicine was ready. Under the watchful eyes of the experts and leaders, Wushuang carefully dipped the plastic board with the drawings into the potion. After soaking for only a few seconds, she took it out and placed it on the table to dry. As the liquid dried, the drawings slowly appeared. The detailed blueprints made the experts excited. They carefully held the drawings and studied them closely, their faces filled with excitement and passion. This is the latest fighter jet design from the beautiful country. We could never buy it before, and now we finally have it. I have the advanced lathe design. With this, our production speed will increase many times. This one is a new engine design. Wonderful. Comrade Ji Wushuang, you've made a great contribution to our country. Our nation finally has hope to rise again. We'll no longer be held back by others. The group of experts laughed and cried, unable to take their eyes off the drawings. Seeing their excitement, Wushuang reminded them, I only redrew these from memory. I'm not sure if they're completely accurate. But in truth, Wushuang was confident. Her memory had become so sharp it even frightened her a little. She could still recall every detail of those blueprints clearly. An elderly woman with a kind smile praised Wushuang, saying, these blueprints are highly practical. Even if there are small mistakes, they won't be serious. You've done an excellent job. The experts eagerly held onto the blueprints, unwilling to let go, while the leaders didn't dare interrupt and instead arranged for more people to guard the area. Hu Guojun patted Wushuang on the shoulder and said, you've made a great contribution. Your parents have been very worried about you. Go home and see them first. Spend some time with them these next few days. After that, you'll be very busy. With such talent, you must not waste it. Since Wushuang's return to the country, she had been listed as a key person to be trained. Being able to draw so many blueprints was beyond what the word genius could describe. Having a perfect memory wasn't rare. After all, many of the experts now studying the blueprints were known for their sharp minds. But to remember and understand things to this degree was extraordinary. With such ability, she was perfectly suited for scientific research. Wushuang had the same idea. If she only wanted to draw blueprints, she wouldn't have needed to enhance her learning ability 100-fold. She had improved her learning ability, so she could study well in this world. She wanted to make the most of her time, building up her skills and knowledge to prepare for future tasks. Now that her status was different, Hu Guojun assigned a team of guards to protect her safety. So Wushuang returned home surrounded by security. When she arrived, Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong had just gotten home as well. The couple was cooking together in the kitchen, chatting and laughing while also worrying about their daughter. They comforted each other, believing she would be fine. As soon as Wushuang entered the house, she called out, Dad, Mom, I'm home. This was her usual habit. She always called for her parents as soon as she got home, not stopping until she had both their attention. Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong, who were cooking in the kitchen, didn't react at first when they heard her voice. Lu Feihong nudged Ji Jianan's arm. Old Ji, am I missing our daughter so much that I'm hearing things? I think I just heard her calling us. Ji Jianan, who is calmer, said, No, I heard it too. As soon as he finished speaking, they both turned and hurried out of the kitchen, only to see Wushuang standing there. Lu Feihong, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward and hugged her tightly. "My dear girl, you're finally home." Wushuang gently patted her mother's back. "Mom, I'm home. I made you and Dad worry." Ji Jianan tried to stay composed, but his hands trembled slightly with excitement. He looked at Wushuang with pride. "It's good that you're back. You endured hardship for the country. I'm proud of you." Wushuang gave him a light hug. "Dad, it's all because you and Mom taught me well." Lu Feihong held Wushuang's hand, looking her up and down, then touched her face with concern. "You've lost weight. You must not have been eating well out there." Turning to Ji Jianan, she said anxiously, "Old Ji, hurry and buy some meat. If there's chicken, duck, or fish, get those too. And buy 2 cans of peach preserves. Our daughter loves them." Ji Jianan was about to head out, but Wushuang quickly stopped him. "Dad, it's already so late. Don't go out again. Let's just make do for tonight and talk about it tomorrow." Lu Feihong disagreed. "No way. It's your first meal back home. How can we just make do? It has to be a proper meal." Ji Jianan nodded. "Listen to your mom. You wait here, I'll be right back." With that, he hurried out the door. After chatting with Wushuang for a bit, Lu Feihong went to the kitchen to start cooking. Wushuang followed, helping to wash the vegetables while they talked. Wushuang mostly talked about her experiences in the beautiful country. Of course, she made everything sound better than it really was. She couldn't possibly tell the truth about what had actually happened. Ji Jianan returned quickly, carrying several large bags. He had bought chicken, duck, fish, and several pounds of meat. Once he was back, he wouldn't let Wushuang do any more work in the kitchen. He and Lu Feihong teamed up to send her out to rest. That night, the 3 of them talked late into the night, catching up on everything. If they hadn't worried about Wushuang needing rest, they might have talked until morning. To give Wushuang more time with her family, both Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong took 3 days off from work. During these 3 days, Wushuang rested at home on the first day. On the second and third days, she went to the nearby mountains and rivers with Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong, and they had 2 picnics. At that time, the mountains around the city had not been developed yet. Although there were no complete facilities, the scenery was more beautiful than in later times. While hiking, Wushuang caught wild chickens and rabbits to roast and eat. During the river picnic, they fished for a few fish and caught crabs and river shrimp to eat. The river was free of pollution, so the seafood was safe and delicious. After these 3 relaxing days, Wushuang officially joined the Research Institute and started learning from a group of senior experts. Before joining the institute, the country cleared her name and removed the charges of treason. They also rewarded her, making Wushuang the youngest lieutenant colonel. Although the country did not explain why Wushuang was rewarded or why she was accused of treason, clever people understood without being told. Suddenly, many blueprints appeared, and experts from all over the country were called together. Many research labs were also set up after Wushuang returned home. Such big actions could not be hidden from some people. Those who needed to know already knew, but everyone understood silently without speaking. Because of special reasons, Wushuang had the most guards around her. To ensure her safety, Xiao Changsheng was even assigned as her personal bodyguard. When Wushuang saw Xiao Changsheng, she didn't have time to say much. She was busy with her teachers making a lathe. Only the lathe was made first, which made it easier to create other things later. Wushuang was like a sponge, eagerly absorbing all kinds of knowledge. Everyone around thought Wushuang was a genius, but only she knew she wasn't. Before being chosen by the Quick Transmigration Bureau, she was just an ordinary girl with some procrastination issues. She didn't have a sharp mind or a noble family background. The only reason she was selected by the Bureau was because her soul was compatible with the rules of time and space, allowing her to travel across worlds and through time. The Quick Transmigration Bureau is very powerful, with its headquarters spanning over 1,000 star systems and containing hundreds of millions of habitable planets. Employees of the Bureau can exchange points for various rewards. The most tempting reward for Wushuang was being able to bring her loved ones to live on the Bureau's family planet. She could also exchange points for cultivation techniques, spiritual roots, special abilities, and bloodlines. In short, as long as she had enough points, she could get anything she wanted. Wushuang decided right then that she would earn points to bring her mother to the bureau. Later, she planned to give her mother a spiritual root so she could cultivate and stay with her forever. But achieving this required an astronomical number of points. So, Wushuang, who is usually a procrastinator, forced herself to work hard and even joined the most competitive department of the bureau. With her 100-fold learning ability, what once took her hours to understand now became as easy as 1-1. This was her first time, and Wushuang was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge, unable to pull herself away. Although she had 100 times the usual learning ability, it was not easy to learn everything she wanted. Wushuang studied very diligently. She enjoyed her studies so much that her guards around her became very worried. Because Wushuang only focused on studying and didn't eat, they reminded her it was time to eat. Wushuang only promised not to move from her spot. Just then, Xiao Changsheng came back from his shift to eat and saw guard Xiao Zhang anxiously pacing around. Curious, Xiao Changsheng asked him, "Xiao Zhang, what are you doing?" Pacing in circles, Xiao Zhang was so worried that his face was twisted with concern. "Captain, how can you joke now? Teacher Ji hasn't eaten in 2 meals. If this keeps up, he might get sick." Xiao Changsheng smiled. "I see what's going on." He held up his lunchbox. "Don't worry, watch this." Then Xiao Changsheng went inside with his lunchbox. Inside the room, there were bookshelves everywhere, filled with books. Wushuang was lost in her ocean of knowledge, completely unaware of her hunger. In the past, studying often made her feel frustrated because she couldn't understand, and forcing herself to read was like falling asleep. Now, with a clear mind, she could easily understand books that once seemed like reading a foreign language. The feeling was so addictive. Just as she was deeply absorbed, something soft suddenly pressed against her lips. Wushuang unconsciously opened her mouth, bit down, chewed, swallowed, and then kept her mouth open again. Unaware of how many bites she had taken, Wushuang suddenly realized she was eating. She looked up and saw Xiao Changsheng holding a lunchbox filled with small buns. He was about to feed her one. Wushuang paused mid-chew, feeling awkward and unsure how to react. Xiao Changsheng remained calm, holding a bun close to her mouth and urging, "Eat quickly." Wushuang quickly swallowed the bun and raised her hand to say, "Thank you, but I can eat by myself." Xiao Changsheng loosened his grip and picked up a military-style water bottle. "I have warm water here. If your mouth is dry, you can drink this." Wushuang silently took the water bottle and ate her bun quietly, deciding she shouldn't do this again because it was too embarrassing. Of course, she thought that, but after studying more, Wushuang once again got caught up in the habit and was fed by Xiao Changsheng again. At first, every time she felt embarrassed and shy, but gradually, she got used to it. Soon, Wushuang became accustomed to Xiao Changsheng's daily feeding. The progress of the lathe work was not smooth. It wasn't due to lack of skill or diagrams, as the technical aspect was fine, but because the materials were poor. They could only buy materials from abroad. Luckily, they only had to purchase materials, which cost a lot but was still manageable. In the past, the Flower Kingdom built its country to avoid falling behind the world. After founding the nation, they tightened their belts and annually allocated a large amount of grain to buy outdated goods from foreign countries. They were often cheated, and the expensive items they bought were usually junk, with no way to complain. This was also one of the reasons why many people died of hunger during the 3-year disaster. The country had spent all its money and grain, and its reserves were not enough. Not to mention, Wushuang's blueprints saved the country from having to buy expensive scrap materials. They only needed to purchase some basic supplies. Even if the materials were costly, it was still better than wasting money and food. Just buying materials saved a lot of money and grain. Wushuang believed that the upcoming 3-year disaster would not cause as many people to starve again. Besides that, there was a big advantage because of Wushuang's blueprints. There were many new things to research and make. This led to a shortage of research experts, and many specialists who had been sent away were now being called back. Everyone's role was very important, related to the country's development. They would not have to face the hardships of being sent away again. These valuable scientists are key pillars for the country's progress and can change the development of the flowering nation. The experts liked Wushuang very much because she brought back advanced blueprints. They were willing to share all their knowledge with her, without holding back. The 3-year disaster and the 10-year special period still occurred, but they were much less severe than Wushuang remembered. During the 3-year disaster, almost no one died of hunger, and the special period was not as crazy. For people like Wushuang who focused on research, there was almost no impact. They were all working hard to develop the country. Wushuang has made very fast progress. At first, she could only learn from the experts, but now she can lead teams to develop new technology. Over the years, with the appearance of various domestic airplanes, cannons, and luxury cars, the United States also started to notice something was wrong. Because these items are almost the same as those developed by the United States. The research institute where these blueprints are kept is only accessible to Wushuang, the only person from her country who has seen all these blueprints. For a time, the United States began to criticize her country internationally, demanding explanations and compensation. Most importantly, they wanted Wushuang, the spy who stole important blueprints, to be handed over. Her country obviously would not admit to anything, nor would they give Wushuang up. In recent years, thanks to these blueprints, their country's technological development has advanced rapidly, giving them the confidence to stand up to the United States. The United States also knows that mere threats won't work, so in the following days, Wushuang faced many assassination attempts. Fortunately, Xiao Changsheng was very capable and saved her multiple times. Although Wushuang is very smart, she is physically weak and always escapes in a clumsy way. She regrets only studying and not training in self-defense, so when trouble comes, she has no way to protect herself. To keep Wushuang safe, her guards have increased so much that they almost match the security detail of national leaders. After half a year, the assassination gradually subsided, and Wushuang finally enjoyed a peaceful research life. At first, Wushuang wanted to learn martial arts like military boxing from Xiao Changsheng. She didn't ask for much, just to have the ability to protect herself. But the research on scientific achievements was urgent, and the country's development was pressing. She wished she could spend every minute on her work, with no time left to improve her fighting skills. Years passed, and Wushuang personally led the team to develop a new type of fighter jet. Based on the American fighter jet, it was improved and became one of the best in the world. She was not alone in the research. An elderly fighter jet expert with white hair was also leading the project. When the test flight succeeded, she cried tears of joy. We finally have the world's top fighter jet. We broke through European countries' restrictions. Our country, Zhuanghua, is rising. Many people were excited. They couldn't help it. The country had been weak, looked down upon, and underestimated for too long. Even better news came. After 10 years of turmoil, the economy started to grow rapidly, and people's lives became much better. The successful development of the new fighter jet gave Wushuang a long month of vacation. She decided to go home and spend time with Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong. For these past few years, Wushuang had hardly been able to go home during holidays. She saw her parents less than 10 days a year. Although Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong supported her dedication to the country, they couldn't hide their sadness every time she left. Wushuang thought that since she hadn't been home in a long time, she should buy some gifts, so she stopped by a department store. However, she suddenly had an urgent need to use the bathroom. Wushuang went inside, and the security guards waited outside. After using the bathroom, Wushuang was about to leave when a towel was suddenly pressed over her nose. She didn't have time to think. She felt dizzy and fainted. When the guards outside waited a long time and saw Wushuang didn't come out, they realized something was wrong. The lead guard shouted loudly, "Professor Ji, Professor Ji." After calling a few times with no response, the guards quickly entered the bathroom. It was empty, and the small window at the top of the bathroom was removed and wide open. The guards immediately called Xiao Changsheng, who was also on leave, saying, "Captain, something's wrong. Professor Ji has been taken away by someone. When Wushuang woke up, she found herself locked in a small dark room. Her hands and feet weren't tied, but there were no windows, and it was completely dark. She couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Wushuang wasn't very scared. It wasn't that she was afraid of death, but because she had already completed her mission. Even if she died in this small world, she would just return to the Quick Travel Bureau. Dying early wouldn't affect her mission points. For Wushuang, nothing in the world mattered more than death. Even if someone captured and tortured her as a quick travel user, she had the benefit of pain shielding. Therefore, Wushuang calmly began to measure the size of the room with her foot and check what was inside. After walking around twice, she figured out that it was a small room of about 10 square meters. The door was on the south side. The room was empty, with nothing inside. There was a window, but it was sealed shut. This house looked like it was prepared in advance, probably meant to hold her. The good news was that they had specially prepared this room, clearly indicating that her captors didn't plan to kill her immediately. The bad news was that they intended to torment her mentally. It was a small dark room, without light, without anything to keep track of time, and no sound. Being in there for a long time would make her lose track of time. Each minute would feel endless, and prolonged exposure could drive someone crazy. But that was useful for others, not for Wushuang. She found a spot near the wall to sit down, closed her eyes, and entered her portable system space. The system space always starts the same way, a cozy, decorated room where she could relax her mind. In the system space, Wushuang didn't do anything else. She kept studying, even more diligently and immersed. Her situation was dangerous now. If her captors saw her as easy prey and decided to kill her, her enhanced learning ability would have little time left to help her. She had to study as fast as possible, not wasting even a moment. Wushuang, lost in her studies, didn't realize how much time had passed until she finally heard some movement outside. The divine consciousness of the morning star left the system space and looked toward the place where the sound came from. There was a small opening at the door, close to the ground, with light shining through it. A bowl was quickly pushed inside, and the small door immediately closed, causing the light to disappear. Wushuang silently moved closer, holding her breath and pressing her ear to the door to listen. Outside, there was a faint sound of breathing. The breathing was very close. Wushuang quickly guessed that the person outside was also pressed against the door, listening to her movements. Wushuang didn't move the bowl of food because it smelled sour. She silently returned to her original spot and sat down. After thinking for a moment, she lay on the ground and curled up, covering her head and mouth completely. Then, she secretly sneaked a small steamed bun from her space to eat. Nighttime monitoring was invented in 1985. But Wushuang didn't know if this world followed the same history she knew, so she remained cautious. The small steamed bun wasn't big, easy to eat one bite at a time, and didn't have a strong smell. Since Wushuang's space-time was limited, she didn't have time to store many things there. The only food in her space was some snacks she occasionally brought in her current life. After eating and drinking some water, Wushuang continued studying, waiting for the next time food was delivered. During the second delivery, the person outside noticed that the food in the bowl hadn't moved. They paused briefly, didn't make a sound, and quickly replaced it with a new bowl of food. Wushuang walked over, picked up the rice bowl, and sniffed it. The sour smell was a little less strong, but it was still spoiled. Wushuang still didn't eat, and continued to eat a small steamed bun. The third time the food was delivered, it was still spoiled, so Wushuang naturally didn't eat it. Although food was delivered 3 times, Wushuang had a system space, and 2 days passed. The fourth time, the food was normal, even warm and fragrant. This time, Wushuang picked up the food, pretending to eat, but in fact, she transferred all the food to her space. After so many days of spoiled food, suddenly receiving a good meal, Wushuang was sure that there was definitely something wrong with this good food. After finishing her meal, Wushuang closed her eyes to rest. She didn't know what was in the food, so she sat cross-legged in the corner with her eyes closed. This way, if there was a sleeping drug in the food, she could pretend to be unconscious, Otherwise, she could react in time. About 10 minutes later, Wushuang's eyes suddenly brightened. After being in darkness for so long, the sudden light made her eyes sting. Fortunately, her eyes were closed, so the pain wasn't very obvious. Someone opened the door and walked in, heading straight to Wushuang. Wushuang still didn't open her eyes. The person who entered didn't seem to mind and stopped in front of her. From the sound of their voice, there should be two people. Someone placed a table in front of her, and she heard the sound of paper being spread out. One of them spoke. "Ji Wushuang, draw the blueprints of your new type of fighter jet." Wushuang realized that the food she had eaten earlier probably contained a drug that made people obedient and affected their mind and spirit. Wushuang opened her eyes and looked at the person opposite her. There were two men who looked very ordinary, the kind that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. Such people are suitable as spies because they are easy to hide. Wushuang picked up a pen and started drawing on a piece of white paper on the table. Of course, she wouldn't actually give them the real plans. At first, the two men looked quite happy, but as they watched, their faces gradually turned grim. They saw that Wushuang's drawings looked detailed, but in fact, they were messy and useless. The man on the left frowned and said, "What's going on? This drawing isn't what we need at all." The man on the right complained, "I told you that drug was just an experiment. It messes up people's minds. You said it could control her, but now it's all ruined." The man on the left was indifferent and said, "Our main task is to assassinate her. Using drugs to control her was just a private experiment. If it works, it's a big achievement. If not, the higher-ups won't know." Wushuang was still scribbling on her drawing, looking confused, but inside, she was a little anxious. Since their mission was to kill her, if she kept drawing randomly, these two might kill her because she was no longer useful. So Wushuang changed her drawing, adding a few useful details, but nothing important. These two spies are quite clever. They immediately realized that the drawings made by Wushuang are valuable. The man on the right quickly said, "It's useful. The parts she drew are indeed helpful." The man on the left also became alert, looked carefully, and said, "That's good. Maybe her mind is a bit confused. We should wait a little longer. She might draw more useful things. The crisis is temporarily over, but they can't delay too long." Wushuang's eyes focus on her finger. She wears 2 rings on her fingers, which look like ordinary rings. Actually, these rings are specially made by Wushuang, with hidden mechanisms inside. There is a spot at the base of the finger where pressing can make a needle pop out. The needle is hollow and contains enough anesthetic to knock someone out. Wushuang is thinking of a way to get one person out, so the remaining person can be knocked out with the anesthetic while the others are unprepared. Although she knows someone will come to rescue her, she understands that accidents can happen, and she can't fully rely on others for her safety. While Wushuang is thinking about how to lure someone out, she hears a dog barking outside. Wushuang recognizes the barking. It's the military dog raised by Xiao Changsheng, who has come to rescue her. The man on the left frowns and says, "Where is that dog coming from? I'll go check." He then takes a pistol from his waist and walks out. The man on the right also cautiously took out a gun and stood beside Wushuang. There is actually a gun. Wushuang wasn't too nervous. Although having a gun made things harder, she had expected this situation. Her advantage now was that she appeared to be clueless, so she wouldn't be overly cautious, and the other person didn't know she had a way to fight back. She looked at the man who had been staring at her from the side. Wushuang decided to pretend to faint. To make it look real, she suddenly relaxed her muscles and let herself fall freely. As she fell, the man beside her caught her. He thought Wushuang was unwell and immediately bent down to check on her. During her fainting, Wushuang deliberately placed one hand on the table. When the man bent down to look at her, his neck was very close to her hand. Seizing the chance, Wushuang pressed the ring device on her finger. As the syringe popped out, she quickly jabbed it into the man's neck. The anesthetic inside the syringe was injected instantly. The man had no time to react and collapsed, falling onto Wushuang. She pushed the man off her, got up quickly, and took the gun from his hand. She sighed again at her weak physical strength and made up her mind to exercise more no matter what. Wushuang looked at the gun in her hand, which she had already unlocked the safety on. She stood at the door with both hands holding the gun. If another man came in, she would shoot. But Wushuang wasn't really worried. I know about Xiao Changsheng's abilities. The chance of him failing to trap someone is very small, but I still prepared just in case. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Duan Shuang recognized the sound and knew it was definitely Xiao Changsheng. If it had been the man who went out earlier, he wouldn't have needed to knock. She opened the door and saw Xiao Changsheng fully armed. Seeing Duan Shuang, Xiao Changsheng sighed in relief and suddenly reached out to hug her. Duan Shuang was a bit confused. Before she could react, Xiao Changsheng let go. Professor Ji, I'm so glad you're safe. This time, it's my fault for not protecting you well. Xiao Changsheng's polite attitude made Duan Shuang feel a little uncomfortable. They had always acted like friends before. Duan Shuang smiled and said, You've done very well. It's my own carelessness. Xiao Changsheng shook his head but didn't say anything, feeling guilty inside. After this incident, Xiao Changsheng arranged tighter security for Duan Shuang. He specially brought in a few female police officers to follow her closely. This was to make sure she wouldn't be taken away again, like in the bathroom. The kidnapping of Duan Shuang also scared Ji Jianan and Lu Feihong quite a bit. They didn't say much, but during the few days Duan Shuang was on leave, they stayed almost inseparable from her. Duan Shuang knew they were worried, so she quietly stayed at home with her parents. The family of 3 ate, played chess, and watched TV every day, enjoying a rare peaceful time. After the holiday ended, Wushuang threw herself into intense research again. This time, she was leading a team to develop a new type of bomber aircraft. Time quickly passed, and before she knew it, decades had gone by. Over the years, Wushuang had worked on airplanes, researched rockets, and specialized in computer technology. In this world, Wushuang had always been working hard and was truly a top expert. She was so eager to learn that she lived to be 108 years old. Even in her old age, when she was often sick, she refused to leave her studies, continuing to learn with the system's pain-blocking feature. She only left this world when her body could no longer support her. Wushuang's passing was a loss to the country. The nation lowered its flags and held a moment of silence, mourning her deeply. She was a true pillar of the nation, and many people came to see her off and shed tears. Back at the Quick Transmigration Bureau, Wushuang immediately picked up a nearby book to read. At first, reading was easy, but now the words seemed foggy and hard to understand again, though it was no longer like reading an unreadable script. Her knowledge was still in her mind, but retrieving it was no longer effortless, and she had some forgetfulness. She was used to her mind working smoothly like silk when learning, but now, returning to her normal, ordinary mind felt a bit strange. Having been a clever person, it was uncomfortable to be a bit slow. Wushuang continued flipping through a few more books, and to her surprise, she found that although her sharp mind was gone, she hadn't returned to her original, simple-minded state. Her current learning ability has improved at least 10 times compared to her original self. It's not 100 times better, but it's still a pleasant surprise. At school, she would definitely be considered a top student. Wushuang remembers that the pills for 100-fold learning and perfect memory do not open the user's mind. After completing the task, the mind returns to normal. After thinking carefully, she believes that others who took these pills only used the power of the pills themselves and did not rely on the pills to learn wildly. Wushuang chose to stay in the task world and learn as much as possible. Her mind was probably being constantly developed through this intense learning. Thinking of this, Wushuang felt excited. This means that as long as she keeps taking the pills that boost her learning ability 100-fold, she can keep learning. One day, she might enhance her mind to match that of top scientists or even surpass them. Wushuang was very happy. Only when she was smart enough did she realize how useful a clever mind can be. Unfortunately, not every world system store offers pills that increase learning ability 100 times. At this moment, a huge light screen suddenly appeared in front of Wushuang. This screen is a personal terminal given to each task participant in the Quick Travel Bureau, used only within that system. The screen suddenly opened, probably because the Quick Travel Bureau sent a notification. Curious about the notification, Wushuang saw fireworks display on the screen, accompanied by a passionate and uplifting female voice. Congratulations to the new member of Group A in the Quick Travel Bureau, Wushuang, for successfully completing a mission and earning a 3S rating. The mission score is 100,000 points. The Bureau also grants an extra 100,000 bonus points and a vacation card. We hope Comrade Wushuang continues to work hard and maintain her level. All staff at the Quick Travel Bureau should look up to her as a role model and strive to complete their missions bravely. Wushuang was so excited she almost fainted. 200,000 points. She didn't expect to receive such a high score for this mission. Previously, her first mission earned only 500 points, and her second mission 1,000 points. In this world, earning such a high score can only mean she made a big contribution to the small world, even helping the country's development. It really shows that having a clever mind helps earn more points. To bring someone to live in the Family Star residence of the Quick Travel Bureau, it costs 10 million points. Wushuang originally thought it would take a long time to bring her mother over, but now she feels she can speed up the process. As long as she spends about 10 points to exchange for around 100,000 credit points, she can enjoy the game very thoroughly. Top players who are willing to spend points for tasks find their leisure time even more luxurious. Although Wushuang is not as powerful as the top players, she has enough points to indulge herself once. With her vacation card, Wushuang can extend her holiday for up to 30 years. If she wishes, Wushuang could indulge herself for 33 years. However, Wushuang is reluctant to spend points on entertainment because she knows she is very lazy and fears losing control if she plays too wildly. So, Wushuang logs into her personal device and finds a forum where taskers trade items. Taskers from the Quick Travel Bureau often exchange various things, including rare items from small worlds, different techniques, rewards from missions, and more. Wushuang directly posts her vacation card, labeling it, "one vacation card in exchange for a 100-fold learning ability pill." She doesn't want to buy it herself because the system shop can only be accessed within the task worlds. But the items available for purchase change each time, so next time, there might not be a 100-fold learning ability pill. Vacation cards are quite rare because Wushuang hasn't seen anyone else selling one. Soon after she posted her vacation card, someone bought it. With the 100-fold learning ability pill in hand, Wushuang immediately moves on to her next task. As soon as Wushuang enters the task world, she shivers and feels a sudden chill, with all her body hair standing on end, as if she's experiencing an inexplicable fear. It is clearly nighttime now, but the full moon is shining, making the world not feel very dark. The surroundings are gloomy, with weeds growing all over the ground. In front of her stands a dilapidated school building. Wushuang looks around and sees a young boy and girl standing nearby, very close to each other. A breeze blows, making her neck feel cold, and she shivers again. She can't help but cross her arms and think about scolding her father. From the scene, it's obvious these kids are risking trouble by exploring. No matter what happens next, Wushuang decides to turn and walk away immediately. She refuses to do something dangerous. This world is part of a supernatural realm, and if it really is, she definitely won't take risks. As Wushuang leaves, the girl behind her loudly calls out, "Wei Wushuang, are you not coming to explore with me and brother Su Yan?" Wushuang waves her hand and says, "I'm not going." "I advise you not to go risking trouble either." Su Yan frowns and shows a teasing expression on his handsome face. "Wei Wushuang, meow meow, and I didn't plan to bring you along. You insisted on coming, and now you're changing your mind. If you can't stick with us and explore together, then stay far away from me in the future. Remember this and don't chase after me anymore." "It's annoying." Wushuang raises an eyebrow, thinking her client this time is still a clingy person, but even a clingy person shouldn't risk their life. She doesn't say anything and continues to turn away. She definitely won't go into that broken building. It gives her a very bad feeling. The sixth sense of the tasker is very important. If something feels wrong, do not force it or trouble will follow. This was a reminder from Ji Nanxiao, the the leader of Group A, and she has always remembered it. Wushuang quickly left the place, turned onto a busy street after leaving the school, and randomly found a small restaurant. After ordering food, she used the restroom to take the opportunity to receive memories. This is a world filled with spirits and strange creatures. The original owner, Wei Wushuang, is a high school girl just starting her first year. Wei Wushuang has a childhood crush named Su Yan. Wei's family and Su's family are neighbors, and their elders are on good terms. Since childhood, Su Yan has been used to taking care of Wei Wushuang. When Wei Wushuang was young and naive, she liked her caring and handsome childhood friend. But everything changed after Su Yan started high school. Su Yan is a year older than Wei Wushuang, so he started high school a year earlier. When Wei Wushuang worked hard to get into the same high school as Su Yan, she noticed her childhood friend had changed. The once caring and considerate Su Yan was now giving his attention to another girl, Yun Miao Miao. Wei Wushuang couldn't accept that her love interest had changed feelings, so she kept clinging to Su Yan. Fearing Yun Miao Miao might misunderstand, Su Yan said many harsh things to Wei Wushuang. He even deliberately tricked her into the school rooftop during a heavy rain, locking her there, which caused her to fall seriously ill with a high fever. After all this heartbreak, Wei Wushuang still followed Su Yan. Annoyed and overwhelmed, Su Yan, at Yun Miao Miao's suggestion, told Wei Wushuang, as long as the original owner is willing to come to the abandoned school building with him at night for an adventure, he will allow the owner to continue staying by his side. If not willing, the owner is not allowed to bother him anymore. Su Yan knows that the owner is very timid and afraid of ghosts. He doesn't dare to go out after dark. Moreover, there are always rumors that the school building is haunted, and the owner wouldn't even go near it during the day. He thought the owner would back out because of this, but surprisingly, the owner is quite brave. To be with Su Yan, even the scariest ghost couldn't stop him. He followed Su Yan and Yun Miao Miao to explore. Seeing that the owner actually came, Su Yan and Yun Miao Miao went into the building with him. However, upstairs, Yun Miao Miao suggested that the three of them split up to explore. The owner was already very scared and didn't want to be alone. But Su Yan impatiently locked the owner in an empty classroom and took Yun Miao Miao away. The owner was left alone, feeling sad and scared, crying non-stop. Suddenly, a friendly spirit appeared. The owner saw the spirit and was so frightened that he fainted. After the owner died, Yun Miao Miao deeply regretted suggesting the owner go on the adventure. Feeling guilty, she broke up with Su Yan. Later, Yun Miao Miao went home for a holiday and accidentally saved an injured master of the mystical arts. The master accepted her as a disciple, and she began her journey in the mystical world. She also became close to her senior brother, Xiao Changsheng, a top genius in the mystical arts. With Xiao Changshen's help, she rose to become a powerful figure in the mystical world. Su Yan is deeply devoted to Yun Miao Miao. After becoming a business tycoon, she became Yun Miao Miao's financial supporter. She spends a lot of money buying spiritual stones for Yun Miao Miao. She even refuses to marry anyone else in her lifetime and leaves all her wealth to Yun Miao Miao after her death. The original owner was an only daughter. She begins to worry about what will happen to her parents after she dies. Losing her child in middle age would make her parents very sad. Who will take care of them in the future? Her biggest wish is to live well, take care of her parents, and stop loving Su Yan. This mission seems simple, just survive and take care of her parents. But don't forget, this is a supernatural world with ghosts. In such a world, the death rate is extremely high. Moreover, the original owner has a foolish heroine halo, meaning she is very likely to get involved in supernatural events and die young. To survive well, she needs to have ways to protect herself. Wushuang opens her system shop. Sure enough, there are no pills that increase learning ability 100 times in this world. But there are many other items like super strength, ghost-killing daggers, and even mystical cultivation techniques. The most eye-catching thing was a product emitting a dazzling golden light. Because it was so bright, Wushuang instinctively clicked on it, and the product description popped up. Xianhuang technique, a top-level mysterious cultivation method, special price at 1/10 of the original, costing 50,000 points, available for 2 hours only. Before starting her task, team leader Ji Nanxiao told Wushuang that the excellent employees in the quick transit department might encounter special discounted items. These discounted items are rare and valuable, usually very expensive at full price, and are a benefit for outstanding employees. When such an item appears, if you can buy it, you must buy it, even if it costs all your points. Wushuang is very obedient and immediately bought the Xianhuang technique. Spending 50,000 points made her feel a bit painful, but she didn't regret it. She knows to save points when needed, but when it's time to spend, she doesn't hold back. If she hadn't quickly bought the memorization enhancing and 100-fold learning ability pills in her last task, she wouldn't have completed it so perfectly and earned 200,000 points. High investment, high return. Wushuang swallowed the 100-fold learning pill, resisted the urge to start studying immediately, and stored the Xianhuang technique in her system space. After leaving the bathroom, she paid for her food and left directly, then found a hidden corner with a surveillance camera to store the food in her space. By the way, Wushuang's space is still empty. In her previous world, because of her special identity, she was never without someone by her side. I had planned to wait until I was older and retired to find a chance to fill my life with more activities. However, as I got older, my responsibilities increased, and I found myself surrounded by more people. After turning 40, I no longer had the chance to even store leftover food in my space, even if I couldn't finish it. Because if I ate one less bite or one more bite, I had to undergo a full health check by the doctor to see if it would affect my health. The original owner was a well-behaved girl who never went out at night. This time, she secretly climbed out of the window to go on an adventure with Su Yan. After Wushuang returned, she also climbed back in through the window, then pretended to go to the bathroom before sneaking out for a quick walk. She made sure her parents were asleep and didn't notice her sneaking out before returning to her room. Wushuang sat on the bed and took out the Xianhuang technique, studying it carefully. Learning this required every second. Especially since this world was haunted, she never knew when she might encounter a ghost, so it was better to improve her strength as soon as possible. As soon as Wushuang opened the Xianhuang technique, she felt amazed. This technique was worth 50,000 points even at half price, which showed how powerful it was. It included everything: exorcising ghosts, fighting demons, feng shui, fortune-telling, face reading, formations, and talismans. With her 100-fold learning ability, Wushuang once again enjoyed the smooth flow of learning. Sitting cross-legged, she quickly followed the method in the Xianhuang technique to start practicing, guiding energy into her body and gathering it in her dantian. Reaching this step means you have officially begun practicing in the mysterious realm, and this step is the hardest. People without talent may never succeed in entering, and it's not unusual for others to take months or even 2 or 3 years to achieve it. Even the talented protagonist of this world, Xiao Changsheng, only managed it in 3 days. After gathering spiritual energy in the dantian, one can start practicing, guiding the spiritual energy to circulate within the body. Wushuang practiced diligently all night. When she opened her eyes the next day, she felt refreshed and energized, even more comfortable than after a good sleep. Her body finally had a trace of spiritual energy, so she could try drawing talismans. Unfortunately, she didn't have the necessary materials at hand, so she planned to buy a brush, cinnabar, and paper later to draw them. She thought that once she mastered the advanced techniques of the Xianhuang technique, she could draw symbols directly with her internal energy, even set up formations. This would be truly impressive. Wushuang, come out for dinner, called her mother, Luo Xia. Wushuang quickly got up and opened the door. I'm coming, Mom. Thank you for your hard work. Luo Xia chuckled softly. Who did you learn that from? You're so sweet today. Wushuang immediately smiled. Because I'm speaking from my heart. Mom is so wonderful. Coughing twice, Wei Jian in the living room spoke sourly. It's just that Mom is good. Dad isn't as good. Wushuang and Luo Xia exchanged glances and smiled as they moved closer. Dad is good too. Both are fine. Li Xiao walked over and glanced at Wei Jian. You're so proud. You're even jealous now. Wushuang sat at the table, eating a bun and drinking soy milk, watching her parents argue. It was a warm scene. After breakfast, Wushuang quickly packed her bag and left. Mom, Dad, I'm going to school. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Su Yan with a cold face. When Su Yan saw Wushuang, his first reaction was to frown impatiently. Wushuang felt annoyed and ignored Su Yan, rushing out the door quickly. Since childhood, she usually rode Su Yan's bike to school. But after Su Yan fell for Yun Miao Miao, he refused to carry her anymore. Su Yan's parents kept telling him to take care of Wushuang, so he reluctantly continued to take her to school every day. Sometimes, under pressure from his parents, Su Yan would do some caring things for Wushuang, even if he didn't want to. Wushuang also stayed close to Su Yan for this reason. She thought Su Yan still had feelings for her, otherwise why would he always take her to school and look after her? But Wushuang wasn't naive. She decided to take the bus instead. She got on at the bus stop and got off at school, which was much more comfortable than riding a bike. Su Yan watched Wushuang's figure run away and was momentarily stunned. He was used to Wushuang bothering him every day. Today, she suddenly stopped bothering him, and Su Yan felt a little strange at first. But this unfamiliar feeling was soon replaced by happiness that filled his heart. Without this persistent pest bothering her, she no longer had to worry about Miao Miao feeling jealous. Although Su Yan didn't think Wei Wushuang would really give up bothering her, no one understood better than him how much Wei Wushuang liked her. Maybe it was just a little temper, a way to tease and play hard to get, but being able to have a few quiet days made Su Yan very happy. When Wushuang arrived at school, she didn't walk far before seeing Yun Miao Miao walking with two female classmates. Seeing Wushuang, Yun Miao Miao even greeted her with a smile, looking very friendly. Wushuang casually nodded and walked away. This Yun Miao Miao seemed to have no hostility towards the original owner, but that was impossible. If Yun Miao Miao truly had no hostility towards the original owner, she wouldn't suggest the owner go on an adventure. She also wouldn't deliberately take Su Yan during the adventure, leaving the owner alone. Yun Miao Miao was just clever enough to never show her true feelings openly. Instead, she used jealousy and disappointment to make Su Yan take action against the owner. Yun Miao Miao's malice towards the owner was not small. But she looked down on the owner, considering her a sycophant, and didn't bother to confront her directly. She preferred to let Su Yan take action, hurting her deeply and causing more pain than she could herself, making the owner feel even worse. However, this trick no longer worked on Wushuang. Every day, besides attending classes, she was studying the Xianhuang technique. She didn't go near Su Yan or Yun Miao Miao at all. Despite deliberately avoiding each other, Wushuang never once crossed paths with Su Yan, even when passing through the same doorway. For Wushuang, a high school freshman, the coursework was completely easy, even though she used to be a top researcher. Class was just a formality for Wushuang. She spent 99% of her energy on practicing the Xianhuang technique. After school in the afternoon, Wushuang finished her homework quickly and hurried to catch the bus home. For a whole month, Wushuang was busy from morning till night, making rapid progress in her cultivation. She was still learning how to draw talismans, but she was very quick at fortune-telling and reading faces. Wushuang felt a bit curious and eager to practice what she learned. Since she could do fortune-telling, she wanted to try it out on others. She thought about how many stories feature female protagonists doing live streams to tell fortunes, sometimes earning thousands per reading. After some thought, Wushuang decided to hold off on that idea for now. Her current strength wasn't enough, and if she made a mistake, she might embarrass herself in front of many people. Wushuang aimlessly wandered the street, offering fortune-telling to everyone she passed. As she walked, she suddenly saw two girls approaching. Wushuang was immediately drawn to them because both girls looked very lifeless. The strong aura of death around them surprised Wushuang. Only those about to die would emit such intense death energy. However, these two girls looked only in their 20s, healthy and glowing with good color, so it was unlikely they were about to die suddenly due to health issues. There is only one possible explanation: a sudden accident causing immediate death, and the accident is about to happen soon. Wushuang turned around and followed the two girls, hoping to save them. The two girls didn't go far before they entered a hot pot restaurant. This hot pot restaurant is quite large, with many customers, and the parking lot is full of cars. Wushuang went inside and saw a group of people with a deathly look on their faces. The others who didn't look dead also seemed to be in danger. It's clear that there is a serious problem with this restaurant, or there wouldn't be so many people looking so lifeless. Wushuang guessed what the problem might be. Her first suspicion was a gas explosion in the kitchen. She pretended to go to the bathroom and secretly sneaked into the kitchen to check. The kitchen was very clean, with new natural gas pipes, not looking like they would cause trouble. But appearances can be deceiving. Hidden issues might still be present. Wushuang used her spiritual energy to open her eyes and see clearly. As her spiritual energy reached her eyes, they turned gold, revealing everything hidden around her. She saw that the gas pipes underground in the walls were new, and the valves were all in good condition, with no danger. So, it's not caused by natural gas? The most dangerous part of the restaurant is fire. If it's not natural gas, then what could be the problem? Wushuang couldn't help but look around everywhere. At this moment, someone tapped her shoulder. "Miss, this is the back kitchen. To keep it clean, only chefs are allowed inside." Startled, Wushuang turned around quickly, not having time to hide her divine eye. In that moment, she saw a tall, handsome man with long legs standing behind her. He was at least 1.9 meters tall. He wore a clean white chef's uniform and a chef's hat. His face was so handsome it looked like a celebrity. The handsome man paused when he saw Wushuang, and Wushuang hurriedly closed her divine eye. "Sorry, I will leave now." Since there was no real problem in the kitchen, Wushuang left happily. She didn't expect that as she tried to walk away, the handsome man behind her would follow. Your eyes change color. Are you a fairy, Wushuang?" In a hurry to find the source of trouble, Wushuang didn't have time to pay attention to this man and continued walking around the restaurant. The hot pot restaurant was very big, with 2 floors, decorated luxuriously. She couldn't figure out what the problem was. The handsome man kept pestering her. "What kind of monster are you?"
A cat demon?
"A snake demon? You look so pretty. Maybe you're a fox demon?" Wushuang went upstairs, with the handsome man following and talking nonstop. "Are you looking for someone? Your enemy? Did they hurt you before you transformed? Are you here to get revenge? Don't just stand there, say something. It's rare to meet a fairy. Let's be friends. My name is Gu Beichen. What's yours?" Unmatched sighs in frustration and says, "Your imagination skills are so good, you should write novels." "I'm not a fairy. I'm a cultivator from the mystical realm." Gu Beichen pauses, looking surprised and enlightened. "So you're a ghost-catching and demon-subduing Taoist priest." Then, with curiosity and gossip in his tone, he asks, "Are you really catching ghosts and demons? Is there something dirty in the shop?" "Of course not. I am." Unmatched suddenly stops mid-sentence, her gaze fixed on a raised spot on the wall inside the shop. She walks over, measures the bump with her hand, then turns to the second-floor railing. She leans on the railing, carefully observing the spacious hall of the hot pot restaurant. She had a feeling something was off when she entered. The hall is too big. Based on the layout of the neighboring shops, it shouldn't be this large. This hot pot restaurant was probably formed by buying several shops and combining them. The raised area is the original load-bearing wall of one of the shops. Unmatched examines the surroundings carefully. There are several such spots. She activates her spiritual vision again and notices many cracks on the walls and ceiling of the shop. Especially the ceiling, many parts are broken, making this building a dangerous structure that could collapse at any moment. She must evacuate everyone inside the hot pot restaurant immediately. The consequences of not doing so could be disastrous. But how can she make everyone leave peacefully? She told everyone that this building was already dangerous, but no one believed her. If they argued here for a while, she wouldn't be able to save anyone. If she couldn't leave quickly, she might get trapped herself. The handsome guy nearby kept talking nonstop. "Little master, what's wrong with you? Why are you silent?
What are you looking at?
Wushuang was glad she had trained for some time. She wasn't helpless. She quickly formed a small magic circle and cast a simple spell. It was a trick to deceive the eyes, not even a real illusion, but it was enough to fool people for now. After casting the spell, Wushuang grabbed Gu Beichen and ran outside. She shouted as she ran, "It's bad. The walls of the shop are cracking. Everyone, get out quickly." As Wushuang shouted, the customers inside looked at the walls. They saw cracks appearing all over the walls and ceiling, looking very frightening. Everyone immediately started rushing outside. Wushuang also reached the door at this moment. She didn't keep running out, but shouted to those eager to leave. "Don't panic, everyone. Go out one by one. Pushing together will only cause a stampede." Some listened and moved calmly, but others, panicked, just kept running without paying attention to her words. Wushuang stood at the door, pulling out those who didn't listen and forcing them to line up. These people were not as strong as Wushuang and were eager to leave without arguing with him, so they had to wait in line. Thanks to Wushuang's help in evacuating, everyone in the restaurant quickly left the hot pot shop. Wushuang and Gu Beichen were the last to leave. The people who had run out first did not leave immediately, but stood nearby, looking back at the hot pot shop. Wushuang looked around to make sure the staff and chefs had all come out before feeling relieved. Just as he was about to tell everyone to stop watching and leave quickly to avoid the building collapsing, the hot pot shop suddenly made a loud, chaotic noise and collapsed. No one expected the hot pot shop to fall so quickly. At that moment, everyone felt like they had escaped a disaster. Several people immediately wanted to thank Wushuang, who had saved them, but he had already slipped away quietly in the chaos. Because he had saved many people, Wushuang felt very happy. On the way home, he specifically went to the supermarket and bought a big piece of beef and some lamb chops. He planned to make beef stew with potatoes and grill some lamb chops as a reward for himself. But as soon as he entered his house, he saw something unlucky. Su Yan was sitting in his living room. With Su Yan was her mother, Zhen Meiwan, and her father, Su Sui. Luo Xia carried a plate of fruit from the kitchen and saw Wushuang, immediately calling him over. "Come quickly. Today your brother Su Yan, Aunt Zhen, and Uncle Su are coming to eat at our house. Go play with your brother Su Yan for a while. He's feeling bored." Wushuang didn't want to play with Su Yan and immediately said, "Actually, I bought beef and lamb chops. I'll cook tonight. Mom, Aunt Zhen, you two go rest." Zhen Meiwan immediately praised. Wushuang is so obedient, and she even helps Mom cook. Such a caring little girl. Luo Xia also looked happy and said, "My daughter is so thoughtful. Go relax in the living room. Today, we'll just take it easy." Wushuang cooked very quickly, cleaning the stove as she went. Soon, she finished 6 dishes. During dinner, Wushuang ignored Su Yan the whole time, and Su Yan also kept a cold face toward her. Fortunately, the elders from both families were busy talking, so no one paid attention to the coldness between Wushuang and Su Yan. As they were about to finish eating, Wushuang thought the day would go smoothly. But after the meal, while eating fruit and chatting, Zhen Meiwan suddenly said, "Wushuang is such a gentle girl. She'll probably end up favoring my Su Yan in the future." Su Yan's face immediately darkened. Before he could speak, Wushuang spoke first. "Aunt Zhen, don't joke with me. Everyone knows Su Yan has a girl he likes at school. I also plan to find a boyfriend someday. I just see Su Yan as a friend," Wushuang said. Her words stunned all 4 adults in the room. Su Yan pursed his lips and looked at Wushuang with a gloomy expression. Wushuang ignored Su Yan and took a bite of apple. She didn't want to be a shield for Yun Miao Miao in front of Su Yan's parents. Don't think that Zhen Meiwan and Su Sui both agree with Su Yan and Wushuang dating and assume they don't mind early love. That's because Zhen Meiwan and Su Sui know that Wei Wushuang is a good girl and won't affect Su Yan's studies. But if it were someone else, it would be different. They would also strongly oppose early dating, just like most parents. For example, right now, Zhen Meiwan looks at Su Yan with a not-so-good expression, and Su Sui's face also becomes serious. Since they are not at their own home and can't discipline the children freely, they barely hold back. After saying a few words, they leave with Su Yan. When Su Yan leaves, He looks back at Wushuang with a complicated expression. Wushuang is happily smiling at Luo Xia, completely ignoring him. Su Yan can't help but frown. Since meeting today, the other person hasn't spoken a single word to him. Even to distance himself, he mentioned that he was dating Yun Miao Miao. Although Wushuang has been avoiding him, Su Yan never truly believed that Wushuang would give up liking him or stop chasing after him. Su Yan always thought Wushuang was just throwing a tantrum, deliberately giving him the cold shoulder, waiting for him to coax her. But today, Wushuang didn't hesitate to tell his parents that she was dating someone. For the first time, Su Yan truly realized that this childhood friend, who had always liked him and never given up, had really given up on liking him. Realizing this, Su Yan didn't feel the relief he expected. Instead, he felt confused and empty inside. Su Yan is about to face a storm she doesn't know about. Right now, she's being questioned by Luo Xia and Wei Jianyi. Luo Xia looks confused and serious. What is your relationship with Su Yan? You used to be close, so how come he suddenly has a girlfriend? Wei Jianyi also asks, yeah, what's going on between you two? The original owner never told Luo Xia and Wei Jianyi about Su Yan's over-the-top behavior to keep a good impression in front of her parents. But Wushuang won't hide anything for Su Yan. She directly tells them everything Su Yan did that was too much to her. As Wushuang talks, Luo Xia and Wei Jianyi become angrier. Luo Xia is furious.
What?
He actually said those things about you just because of another girl. Wei Jianyi slams the table. What? That little troublemaker actually locked you on the rooftop in the rain. No wonder you got so sick that day. Luo Xia points her finger at Wushuang and sharply taps her forehead. I told you to be careful. Why were you standing in the rain so long? That's why you had a high fever. And you still kept it from Su Yan. Are you stupid? The original owner's actions are Wushuang's responsibility. Wushuang can only hold Luo Xia's hand, shake it, and act cute. Mom, please don't be mad at me. I was a bit confused back then and I liked him too, Luo Xia sighs. I'm glad you've realized. If not, I'd still think he's a good guy. You've been wronged, and if you married him, you'd suffer for the rest of your life. Wei Jianyi was so angry that he stood up, spun around, and couldn't calm down. I used to think Su Yan was a good person. Our families know each other well, so I thought she would be kind to us. But now I see she's not. From now on, stay away from her. Our new house has been renovated for a year, and it's ready to live in. Tomorrow, I'll call the moving company to move out. We don't want her as a neighbor anymore. The Wei family and the Su family were originally about the same wealth. But Wei Jianyi suddenly got lucky and landed a big deal worth over 100 million yuan for his company. This bonus was very generous, so Wei Jianyi bought a house and put it in Wushuang's name. He planned to renovate the house and leave it for his daughter Wushuang. He also thought about keeping the house empty until Wushuang and Su Yan got married, then giving it to her as a dowry. Later, the young couple could live there if they wanted a private life. If they preferred to live with their parents, they could rent out the house for extra income. Now, it was perfect for the whole family to move in. Wei Jianyi acted quickly. On the day of the move, he and Luo Xia packed up the house. Wushuang helped until late at night. The next day, Wei Jianyi and Luo Xia took leave, called the moving company, and finished moving everything in one day. The new home had an elevator entrance, was a spacious flat, with large floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides, and a big balcony outside. Luo Xia had already planted many green plants on the balcony, along with a hanging chair and a swing. After moving, life returned to normal for Wushuang. She continued practicing every day and went out for free fortune-telling for passers-by. She spent some time doing this, and then thought about setting up a stall at an antique market or under a bridge to read fortunes for people. She wanted to see if her predictions were always accurate. If they were, she planned to start live streaming her fortune-telling. One Saturday, Wushuang finished her breakfast early, took her homemade fortune-telling sign, and prepared to go set up her stall. But when she opened the door, she saw a handsome face right in front of her. The handsome man saw Wushuang and smiled, showing a big, white smile. Hi, master, we meet again. Wushuang was surprised. Gu Beichen, Why are you here? Behind her, Luo Xia and Wei Jian came out of the bedroom. Luo Xia heard the noise and asked casually, Wushuang, who's here? Gu Beichen, very friendly, raised his hand to greet them. Hello, uncle and auntie. My name is Gu Beichen. I am a friend of the master. Wei Jian put on his glasses, looked at Gu Beichen, and then looked at Wushuang with a puzzled expression. When did you meet such a handsome friend? Wushuang looked at Gu Beichen in disbelief. When did I become your friend? I don't remember knowing him. Gu Beichen smiled at Wushuang. You saved my life and helped me solve a big problem. How can I not be your friend? Luo Xia looked at Gu Beichen carefully, her eyes brightening. She warmly said, Wushuang, let your friend come in and sit. Gu Beichen entered the room, carrying several boxes from the doorway. They contained delicacies like bird's nest, fish fins, and abalone. Uncle and auntie, I brought these from home to add some dishes to your meal. Luo Xia felt a bit embarrassed. You came just now, and you're bringing so many things. Wei Jian looked at Gu Beichen carefully and asked, How do you know our family's Wushuang? How long have you known her? Gu Beichen sat up straight and smiled. I met the master and got along with him instantly. Before, the master came to my hot pot restaurant and noticed there was a problem. He not only saved my life, but also helped evacuate the customers, preventing a big trouble. Gu Beichen took out a bank card and placed it on the table. This is a token of thanks for the master. Wei Jian and Luo Xia looked confused. When they saw the bank card, Wei Jian reached out to stop Gu Beichen from pushing it over. Wait, what's this about the master? Luo Xia turned to Wushuang and squinted. Wushuang, do you want to explain? When did you become a master? At first, Luo Xia and Wei Jian didn't notice Gu Beichen calling Wushuang master. Wushuang didn't really want to hide it. She was just waiting until she was more skilled in her training to give them 2 peace tokens and then tell them about this. But there was no harm in explaining now. Wushuang said, Mom and Dad, when I was at the antique street before, I met a Taoist master. She saw me and said I had unique bones, which made me suitable for practicing mysterious techniques. She gave me a book and told me to follow its instructions. At first, I didn't take it seriously. I just practiced for fun. Who knew I would actually succeed, and even learn how to read faces and predict fortunes. Later, I wanted to test if my skills were accurate, so I started reading faces for people on the street. Wushuang made up a story about the origin of her cultivation method. She told the truth about everything else. Luo Xia and Wei Jian looked confused when they heard it. After a while, Luo Xia reached out and touched Wushuang's forehead. Child, are you running a fever? Wei Jian also touched Wushuang's forehead. You, kid, are just making up stories. I knew these two wouldn't believe easily, so Wushuang simply waved her hand. Suddenly, the room was filled with a lot of food. This food was taken from her space, which stored all her supplies. Mom, Dad, this is my inner space. It's a small magic spell that can store things. Wushuang revealed her space because she wanted to openly store things there in this world. This world has strange spiritual and mystical phenomena, so a spell like inner space isn't unusual. Many people know this spell, but their spaces are usually only about 3 or 4 square meters, much smaller than Wushuang's. Gu Beichen was the first to jump up, pointing at Wushuang and shouting, "Portable space." Then he stepped closer, reached out, and grabbed Wushuang's sleeve, curiously flipping through it. I even wish I could put my head inside to see what that mysterious space inside the sleeve looks like. Wei Jian couldn't stand it anymore and pushed Gu Beichen aside. Luo Xia also cleared her throat. Although both of them were happy to see such a handsome and charming man like Gu Beichen getting close to their daughter, they knew they couldn't let it go too far. After pushing Gu Beichen away, Wei Jian and Luo Xia each grabbed Wushuang's hand and started to look inside her sleeve. Luo Xia was very curious. What kind of magic is this inside the sleeve? It's so amazing. Wei Jian thought about it more. Wushuang, can others use the space inside your sleeve? Wushuang shook her head. People who haven't trained can't use the space inside the sleeve. But I have a special item called a storage talisman which can be used as a portable space. I'll learn how to use it soon, and then I can make one for you and Mom. Then you'll both have your own portable space. Nearby, Gu Beichen quickly stepped forward. Me, Master. Don't forget to give me one too.
I'll pay.
Any price is fine. Wushuang nodded. Sure, I'll let you know when it's ready. Gu Beichen immediately took out his phone. Master, scan this QR code to add me as a friend. It'll be easier for us to stay in touch. Wushuang and Gu Beichen added each other as friends. Gu Beichen was so happy, like a happy dog wagging its tail. Master, you can come to me for anything in the future. I'll help you. Just then, Wushuang saw the bank card on the table. She picked up the bank card and handed it to Gu Beichen. I helped you earlier just out of kindness, and it didn't take much effort. You can take this money back. Gu Beichen naturally refused to take it back and firmly pushed the bank card into Wushuang's hand. This money can't be refused, Master. You saved my life, and a life is priceless. Not to mention, you helped me evacuate the customers from the hot pot restaurant. If so many people had died in my place, it would have been a big problem. Wushuang thought for a moment. Gu Beichen didn't seem to be someone without money, so she decided to accept the money as a thank you. At most, she would donate half of it to a trustworthy charity. Gu Beichen handed over the money and, having established a connection with this talented master, left feeling satisfied. After he left, Wushuang checked the amount in the bank card and was shocked to find it was a full 5 million. Luo Xia stared in disbelief. That's so much money. Can I accept it? She was a bit nervous and couldn't help but tighten her grip on the bank card. Wei Jian took the bank card and looked at Wushuang. Maybe you should return the money. Wushuang put away the bank card and said, no need.
Keep it.
I plan to donate half of it later. Professional fortune tellers often charge high prices for helping wealthy clients with fortune-telling, feng shui arrangements, and solving supernatural events. Although 5 million is a lot, it's not unusual for such services. Gu Beichen gave her this much money partly because he wanted to build a good relationship with her, hoping she would become a future master. Most wealthy people are superstitious. Before Wushuang traveled here, he lived in a world without religion, so wealthy families usually have their own master or expert. Since this world really is ghosts, powerful families generally have their own trusted masters. However, Gu Beichen's father built his family from nothing and belongs to a new, emerging family. They have enough money but lack deep roots, so they haven't yet connected with truly skilled masters. After the incident at the hot pot restaurant, Gu Beichen told his father, Gu Su, about Wushuang. Gu Su is a decisive man. After hearing his son's story, he immediately decided that Gu Beichen should make friends with Wushuang. No matter how talented this young master becomes in the future, his willingness to help others shows he's worth investing in. Even if the master's skills are not top-notch, at worst, they can invest in helping to auction powerful magic tools, which can also improve the master's fighting ability. Most importantly, Wushuang has good character and wouldn't turn around to cheat them. In the past, some big families had been betrayed by their trusted masters, so Gu Su values character more than skill. Wushuang also thinks Gu Beichen is quite interesting. He's not annoying and is happy to be friends. Because of Gu Beichen's arrival, Wushuang's plan to go out and do fortune-telling at his stall was interrupted. That evening, Wushuang had another idea. There's a large night market not far from his home. It's very big, with shopping areas, entertainment spots, and a street full of delicious food. The most important night market is next to the antique street, so the antique street is also very lively at night because of the crowd. On the street, there are not only antique sellers, but also a group of fortune tellers. Wushuang plans to join the fun by setting up a stall to do some fortune-telling. Thinking about it, he just did it. Wushuang and Luo Xia, along with Wei Jian, greeted each other and went out. At first, they were worried about Wushuang going out late at night, fearing it might not be safe. Wushuang picked up a brick outside the house and, in front of the others, carefully crushed it into pieces, which reassured them. The antique street is very lively, brightly lit, with crowds flowing constantly. Sometimes, you can see a popular live streamer holding a phone. Wushuang took a walk around and saw the nearby food street, and his stomach started to growl. Since fortune-telling isn't urgent, I might as well eat my fill first, he thought. He found a reason for himself and rushed into the food street. Once he started eating, he couldn't stop. Every dish was delicious, and he kept trying different foods. Fortunately, he has the Xian cultivation technique, which can convert excess calories into spiritual energy. Although his spiritual energy increased very little, it was enough to ensure he wouldn't gain weight from eating. Feng Bai is a food vlogger with 5 million followers. Today, he is exploring the night market's food street live. While live streaming, he suddenly noticed that his viewers' comments drifted away. Wow, that girl is eating so appetizingly. It makes me want to eat too. Streamer, you should hide a bit so that girl can be the focus on camera. Yes, host, we want to see the little beauty eat food. You, rough man, are getting boring to watch. Feng Bai chuckled and shook his head. He was quite handsome, so how did he become a rough man? But fans made Feng Bai curious, so he turned around. He saw a young beauty eating delicious food happily and with appetite, making him feel tempted to try it himself. Feng Bai didn't record much. He turned his head to block the view and told the fans, "Alright, stop watching. You can't stream others without permission." This small incident didn't bother Feng Bai much. He finished his meal quickly. However, the fans didn't want Feng Bai to end the stream. He held his phone, walking slowly to digest his food, chatting casually with the fans. Unintentionally, he wandered into the antique street area. There, Feng Bai saw the girl who was eating earlier now setting up a stall to do fortune-telling. His fans also saw the scene. Wow, the little beauty is actually a fortune-teller. Such a big contrast. Host, go ask her for a fortune. These suggestions from the fans quickly gained approval from others. The comments flooded the screen, all urging Feng Bai to get a reading. Feng Bai went along with it, squatting down at the fortune-telling stall. Little beauty, how much for a reading? After enjoying the street snacks, Wushuang finally remembered her main task, setting up her stall to do fortune-telling. She was prepared for no one to come for a reading. After all, it's hard to believe that a young, beautiful girl like her can accurately predict fortunes. People might even trust tarot cards more. Who would have thought that right after setting up her stall, someone would come to get a fortune told? Wushuang immediately said enthusiastically, "Let's do a fortune reading. If I get it right, you can hang a charm. If I get it wrong, it's free." Feng Bai nodded and held up his phone. "I'm live streaming. Do you mind being on camera? If you do, I can turn off the stream." A live stream? Wushuang plans to start streaming too. If the other person is a popular internet star, this is free exposure, great opportunity. Wushuang quickly agreed. "No problem, go ahead. What do you want me to predict?" Feng Bai didn't really know what he wanted to ask. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Just do whatever." He wasn't afraid of having specific questions, but he was worried about having none, just wandering without a goal. Wushuang was unsure where to start but decided to try whatever she could. "You come from a wealthy family. Your parents are very good at making money. Before you turned 15, you lived a life of a rich kid." "Miss, you guessed wrong. The streamer actually grew up in a rural area. Our old fans know that the streamer first became popular by sharing rural food. Later, after earning some money, he moved to the city to explore food shops. Although the prediction was wrong, since you're a pretty girl, I forgive you." The barrage of comments suddenly quieted for a moment. Feng Bai continued, "I was really a rich kid when I was young." Then Feng Bai didn't say anything more. He looked at Wushuang, wondering if Wushuang could keep going. Wushuang continued, "When you were 15, your parents went bankrupt and took their own lives, leaving you and your sister to rely on each other. You dropped out of school to work various jobs so your sister could continue studying. Eventually, you became popular online, earned money, and life got better. Your sister." At this point, Wushuang paused. She couldn't help but start counting on her fingers, her face serious. Feng Bai saw Wushuang stop and became a little anxious. "What happened to my sister? Quickly tell me." Wushuang frowned, counted a few times, and said to Feng Bai, "Your sister is facing a life-and-death challenge tonight." "A life-and-death challenge?" Feng Bai's voice sharpened and changed pitch. He suddenly stood up, staring intently at Wushuang. "What are you talking about? My sister can't possibly. She can't be facing any life-and-death problem." Feng Bai didn't want to believe it. He only had his sister left, and he couldn't lose her. Wushuang didn't care about Feng Bai's reaction. She took out paper and a pen and started counting and writing at the same time. Wushuang didn't expect to get such a serious result again. Worried that her skills might not be precise, she repeated the calculations several times. Bai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but afraid of disturbing Wushuang. He could only wait, nervously tapping his phone case. The live chat was moving very fast, but Bai didn't pay attention and only kept watching Wushuang. Wushuang calculated for about 10 minutes, then handed a piece of paper to Bai. According to the route I wrote on this paper, go find your sister immediately. If you go quickly, you might be able to save her. Bai took the paper and was about to leave. Wushuang pulled him back and said, I suggest you call the police and go with them. The other side has many people, so don't put yourself in danger. Bai didn't think much and agreed to leave, but he didn't actually call the police. The reason was simple. Bai was afraid that if he called the police because of a fortune-telling reading, they might scold him for wasting public resources. Most importantly, Bai had been practicing martial arts since elementary school. He could fight 10 grown men alone, so he believed he could handle himself if things got dangerous. Seeing that the live stream was still on, Bai wanted to turn it off. The fans immediately sent messages protesting. Don't turn off the stream. We want to see if that little fortune-telling girl is accurate. Exactly. If there's really a problem, we can help you call the police. Maybe someone nearby can come and help. A lot of fans were talking at once. Bai thought they had a point, so he didn't turn off the stream and drove quickly along the route. On the paper Wushuang gave him, there were instructions on which turns to take at certain intersections, along with a simple map. Bai carefully followed the map, afraid of making a mistake. He drove all the way to a partially demolished old neighborhood in the city. When he arrived, his car couldn't go any further. The demolition in the urban village was messy, with all the construction debris on the streets, making it impossible to drive. Bai looked at the map in his hand, which showed him where to go. He parked his car, got out, and ran into the urban village. Since it was a demolition area and nighttime, there should have been no activity. But shortly after Bai ran in, he heard a loud, sharp scream from a woman. As soon as he heard the scream, he went crazy because he recognized it as his sister's voice. He sped up, even grabbing a piece of exposed rebar nearby and pulling it out to hold in his hand. Bai no longer cared about live streaming. His fans were flooding the chat with messages. Wow, I can't believe it. There really is a woman's scream. That little girl must have predicted it. Stop arguing about whether she predicted it or not. Does anyone in the city know what kind of place this is?
Call the police now.
Yes, call the police quickly. The streamer is alone. What if something happens? Everyone stay calm. I've already called the police. They're on their way. While the chat was heated, Bai saw his sister, Xian. She was being surrounded and torn at by 4 or 5 troublemakers, who were bullying her like cats playing with mice. They tore off her clothes, deliberately letting her go for a bit, then rushing up to rip a piece of fabric away. They also punched and kicked Xian during the attack. Xian's clothes were torn into pieces, and her exposed skin was bruised and purple. She was too exhausted to run anymore but refused to accept her fate, still trying to escape. Bai saw the scene, and immediately his eyes turned red. He dropped his phone and grabbed a steel rod, rushing forward. He hit the beast who was tearing at his sister's clothes, knocking him to the ground with a bloody head and causing him to faint. Seeing their friend attacked, the remaining troublemakers rushed over, 2 of them pulling out knives. Little brat, mind your own business. I'll kill you. How dare you hit our brother? You're dead meat. Bai was brave and fierce, his fighting strength boosted by his anger. The few troublemakers couldn't match him alone. If his fans hadn't called the police early, and the police had arrived on time, Bai might have seriously hurt or even killed them. The fans watching the live stream were very worried about the situation. But Bai threw his phone on the ground, and the screen went black. They couldn't see anything, only hear the sounds of the fight. The fans didn't care about the troublemakers' lives but were worried Bai might be too harsh and get into trouble himself. Fortunately, the police arrived just in time and stopped Bai, saving the troublemakers' lives. Only after Feng Bai calmed down did Feng Xian cry and throw herself into his arms. Big brother, I'm so scared, brother. Feng Bai gently patted Feng Xian's back. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Your brother is here. No one can bully you. Wushuang saw the follow-up news about Feng Bai online. The police had arrested Feng Bai. Because Feng Bai was too harsh, several thugs ended up in the hospital. However, Feng Bai has many fans. Once they learned what happened, public opinion exploded, and everyone demanded that Feng Bai not be punished. Many internet celebrities also commented on the incident, openly sympathizing with Feng Bai and supporting him not to be sentenced. As a result, Feng Bai's fan count increased by nearly 3 million. Wushuang, who was an important person in this event, also became a hot topic. He gained some popularity. If Wushuang had an account, he could have gained tens of thousands of followers and become a small internet star. The next day, Wushuang went to the antique market to set up a stall and do fortune-telling. He only did a fortune-telling for Feng Bai yesterday, and he hadn't opened his stall again since. He also hadn't received the payment for Feng Bai's reading, so it was a waste of a day. He thought that today he might do another reading and get nothing again. But when Wushuang arrived and hadn't even set up his stall, a crowd suddenly gathered around him. Seeing Wushuang arrive, a group of people rushed over. Master is here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Master, please help me calculate my son's marriage prospects. Master, can you tell me how many points I might get on the college entrance exam? Master, let me see if my boyfriend is cheating on me. Everyone was talking loudly, all here to ask Wushuang for a fortune-telling. They had all watched Feng Bai's live fortune-telling videos and came to see Wushuang afterward. Wushuang was surrounded tightly and could only say, "Please line up and give me some space." Once the crowd dispersed, Wushuang began to read their fortunes. Most of them asked about love, marriage, future plans, or the safety of their family. Because Wushuang had gained some popularity, some people even brought their live streams to try to get attention. She accepted small fees casually, sometimes just a few dozen yuan, sometimes hundreds or thousands, depending on how much the person was willing to give. There were many people around, and those who paid felt shy about giving too little. A few who paid less Wushuang didn't mind. She knew she wouldn't be doing fortune-telling on the street forever. Once her skills improved, she would set fixed prices. After reading for about 7 or 8 people, Wushuang was thirsty and took a sip of water. While she was drinking, a woman dressed in brand-name clothes, looking out of place here, sat down in front of her. The woman looked very young, with no wrinkles on her face. But her aura carried a mature charm from years of experience, hinting she was older than she appeared. The woman looked worried and said, "Master, I want you to help me find out where my daughter, who went missing during a trip, might be." Among the onlookers, a tall, confident-looking woman asked a question. "Where did your daughter go missing during her trip? How long has she been missing? Did you report it to the police?" This woman's presence is very unique, and her soul radiates a bright, shining light. I suspect she might be a police officer. The woman dressed in designer clothes, her eyes reddened. "My daughter has been missing for 3 days. She just graduated from college and went on a graduation trip with her friends. At first, she called me every day via video chat. But 3 days ago, her phone suddenly stopped working, and I haven't heard from her or her friends since. I immediately felt something was wrong, reported it to the police, and went to the place she was last seen, but neither she nor her friends have been found." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Covering her mouth, she choked out, "I really don't know what to do anymore. Master, please help me find out where my daughter is." Wushuang quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, I will help you." Recently, Wushuang has been practicing the eye of causality, which allows him to see a person's past and future. His eyes suddenly turned gold, and golden lights in his pupils formed lines that rapidly traced intricate symbols. The symbols spun around his pupils, and the woman's past and future unfolded before his eyes. People watching were amazed by the change in Wushuang's eyes, feeling it was very magical. Since her daughter is her closest family member, she naturally appeared in her future vision. The bond between mother and daughter is connected through cause and effect, allowing Wushuang to glimpse a brief view of the woman's daughter's past and future. Although the vision was brief, it was enough. Wushuang withdrew her cause and effect eyes and said to the woman, "Don't worry, your daughter is not in immediate danger." The woman suddenly relaxed, showing a relieved expression, but then quickly became tense again, leaning forward anxiously. "Master, where is my daughter? Why haven't you contacted me?" Wushuang took out paper and a pen, drawing as she spoke. "Your daughter is safe for now, but her situation isn't good. She has lost her freedom. I'll draw a map for you. Bring enough people, preferably police, and follow the map I give you to find her." Wushuang handed the drawn map to the woman, who looked tense upon hearing that her daughter was missing her freedom. Seeing the woman stand up hurriedly to leave, Wushuang emphasized once more, "Remember, bring enough people, or you might not only lose your daughter but also put yourself in danger." Everyone around grew nervous, whispering guesses that the woman's daughter might have been taken deep into the mountains. The woman nodded seriously, immediately calling the police and her family and hiring 20 bodyguards. After sending the woman off, Wushuang calculated for 2 more people before packing up and heading home. She had a good day, earning nearly 10,000. Back home, she initially planned to practice her skills but couldn't help but open the live stream app, still thinking about the woman's situation. Coincidentally, a woman's live stream was being recommended on the homepage. Wushuang clicked in and saw the woman live on camera. The woman was sitting inside a large bus, accompanied by bodyguards and police officers, with another bus following behind. Wushuang nodded, glad that the woman was sensible and brought enough people with her. The chat comments were full of comfort and guesses. "Main host, don't worry. The little girl is very lucky with her fortune-telling. If you listen to her, you'll definitely save your daughter." Let me guess, the host's daughter was either kidnapped or kept somewhere against her will. You don't need to guess. Isn't it obvious? But if the bad guys who are holding the host's daughter see this live, what then? Should we stop the live stream to avoid revealing information? The woman saw this message and directly replied, "No. I will turn off the stream when we reach the destination." All right, even though we can't see the outcome live, the safety of the host's daughter is the most important. Come on, you all take this so seriously. Do you really believe a young girl's fortune-telling? Where did that fool upstairs come from? If you don't believe it, don't watch. Stop seeking attention. Wushuang watched for a while, then turned off the stream and prepared to focus on practicing. To improve his speed and skill, Wushuang now used cultivation instead of sleep. Cultivation not only increases his strength, but also makes his body feel more comfortable than sleep. Spirits can feel more relaxed and refreshed after immersing in cultivation, even better than sleep. After a night of practicing, Wushuang feels very clear-headed and refreshed. Today is Friday. She plans to buy talisman brushes, paper, and cinnabar after school. During the weekend, she will draw peace charms and item-absorbing charms. Last time, Gu Beichun gave her a lot of money, so she plans to give him a peace charm and an item-absorbing charm. After moving, her commute to school is a bit farther. Wei Jianyi bought her a bicycle so she can ride to and from school. On the way to school, there are acacia trees on both sides. Now is the flowering season, and the acacia flowers are blooming beautifully. The wind blows, making the red velvet flowers sway like flames, creating a stunning view. Wushuang walks all the way to school. As soon as she gets off the bike, she sees Su Yan standing nearby. Seeing Wushuang, Su Yan walks over directly. Wushuang immediately feels annoyed and turns to leave. But Su Yan quickens his pace and calls out to her, "Wei Wushuang, stop right there." Wushuang, feeling very annoyed, turns to look at Su Yan and asks, "What do you want?" Su Yan looks at her with a not-so-friendly attitude. "Did your family move?" Wushuang raises an eyebrow. "Yes," Su Yan frowns. "Why didn't you tell me you moved?" Wushuang sneers coldly. "Su Yan, are you pretending to be naive? We are no longer friends. Do I need to inform you whether my family moves or not?" Wushuang glanced at the big school clock and realized class was about to start. He felt a bit impatient. "I hope you will see me as a stranger in the future. Don't come near me, and don't talk to me," Wushuang said as he prepared to leave. Su Yan reached out and grabbed Wushuang's arm. Wushuang instinctively grabbed Su Yan's arm and threw him over his shoulder. Su Yan fell to the ground and was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. He didn't expect Wushuang to hit him, let alone have the strength to throw him over his shoulder. Wushuang also felt a little awkward. He moved too quickly. It was because Su Yan was so annoying. "This isn't my fault. You shouldn't just reach out and grab people," Wushuang said. Su Yan sat up, rubbed his sore back, and stood up grimly. "Wushuang, can you stop being so sarcastic? Even if I don't like you, we're still friends. As long as you don't bother Meow Meow, we can get along well." Wushuang was amused and said, "Su Yan, can you be more shameless? What kind of friend would trick someone onto the roof and leave them to get soaked in the rain, then show no guilt afterward? And who would knowingly make someone afraid of ghosts and darkness go to a haunted building late at night? If I'm right, if I hadn't left when I did, you probably would have abandoned me or locked me up, claiming it was to teach me a lesson so I wouldn't bother you anymore. Su Yan, you warned me not to bother or get close to you. I did as you asked. You should do the same and not act foolish in front of me." As class time approached, Wushuang quickly turned and ran away, leaving Su Yan looking blankly at her back. Su Yan's face showed a sad, lost expression, and a strange feeling spread inside him that he couldn't quite understand. He didn't know what this feeling was, but it was definitely not the lightness of being free from worries. Before meeting Yun Miao Miao in high school, Su Yan believed that Wei Wushuang was his future wife. Although it all started from a joke between their parents when they were young, Su Yan took it seriously at the time. So, from a young age, Su Yan saw himself as Wei Wushuang's protector and future husband, always caring for her. He personally raised Wei Wushuang to be clingy and dependent on him. He used to be very happy with this obedient, sweet, and clingy little childhood sweetheart. But after meeting Yun Miao Miao, Su Yan felt his heart race, something he never experienced with Wei Wushuang. He started to dislike Wei Wushuang's clinginess, which made Yun Miao Miao jealous and upset. To push Wei Wushuang away, he began to hurt her without restraint, forcing her to stay away from him. Despite Wei Wushuang's persistence, Su Yan only felt irritation and disgust. He wished she would disappear from his world immediately, so she wouldn't disturb his and Yun Miao Miao's private time. When she truly felt the other person was leaving her and realized they would have no more connection, Su Yan did not feel happy. Instead, she felt a strange, nervous, and helpless sensation she didn't want to admit. "Su Yan, are you waiting for me?" Yun Miao Miao ran happily from the school gate, holding Su Yan's arm, which also brought Su Yan's attention back. Suppressing her feelings of loss, Su Yan smiled gently at Yun Miao Miao. "Let's go quickly. Class is about to start." Yun Miao Miao smiled as they walked forward together, but when she briefly looked at Wushuang's back, her smile disappeared and her expression turned cold and fierce. She had been watching at the school gate for a long time. Su Yan might not have understood what she saw, but Yun Miao Miao saw clearly. The way Wushuang looked at Wei Wushuang was full of regret and helplessness. Yun Miao Miao tightened her grip on Su Yan's arm. No matter what, Su Yan belonged to her. She wouldn't allow Wei Wushuang to take him away. Before entering the spiritual realm to practice, Yun Miao Miao, who was captivated by the talented spiritual practitioner Xiao Changsheng, had a strong desire to possess Su Yan. Wushuang turned her head and pushed those two thoughts aside. Today, she had an important task to complete. Wushuang no longer wanted to waste time at school. She already knew all the knowledge taught there. Now, her main focus was cultivation. She planned to apply for skipping grades and take this year's college entrance exam. Applying for a grade skip was simple. She just needed to complete a test to prove her strength. At first, her homeroom teacher was surprised when Wushuang said she wanted to skip grades and advised her to think carefully. However, I couldn't persuade Wushuang to give up. I could only let Wushuang do the test papers. After seeing Wushuang's perfect answers, I kept quiet. Next, Wushuang just needs to wait until the college entrance exam is over to be free from school. Wushuang decided not to tell Luo Xia and Wei Jian about skipping grades yet, to avoid making them nervous. She planned to talk about it after the exam. During class, Wushuang was busy practicing her skills while paying attention to her studies. Her speed was not as good as full concentration on training, but it was better than not practicing at all. Finally, after school in the evening, Wushuang hurried home, ate quickly, and then headed straight to the night market. She arrived early today, just as the vendors were starting to set up their stalls. Earlier than Wushuang, Feng Bai and his sister Feng Xian had already arrived. Today, Feng Bai didn't do a live stream. When he saw Wushuang, he immediately felt grateful and went over to bow to her, pulling Feng Xian along. Wushuang was startled and quickly stepped back. "What are you two doing?" Feng Bai looked very grateful. "I brought my sister here to thank you. If it weren't for you, my sister's life would be ruined." Feng Xian also looked thankful. "Yes, really thank you. I don't know what terrible things I would have faced without you." Wushuang smiled and waved her hand. "It's just a small favor. No need to thank me. It was your brother trusting me that saved you." Feng Bai took out a bank card and handed it to Wushuang. "Master, we are grateful for your help and integrity. This is our way of thanking you. Please accept it." Wushuang politely accepted the money. Feng Bai is a popular internet celebrity who earns at least hundreds of thousands a day, so he can afford it. After giving the money, Feng Bai and Feng Xian left. Because Feng Bai had beaten up some troublemakers, he is now out on bail. He won't just forget about his sister's situation because those troublemakers ended up in the hospital. After seeing Feng Bai and Feng Xian off, the people waiting for fortune-telling also arrived one after another. Wushuang began to read fortunes for them. Among the onlookers were several live-streaming internet celebrities. Since Wushuang didn't object to these celebrities streaming her, more and more of them stayed to watch. Each celebrity's live stream was lively, all waiting to see Wushuang's fortune-telling today. The first person to come for a reading was a beautiful young woman with glasses and long hair. The young woman sat in front of Wushuang, her face already showing a sweet smile before she spoke. "Master, I am getting married soon. I want you to tell me the best day for the wedding." The young woman blushed shyly and said, "My reading is simple, but I will pay generously." She then scanned a QR code and paid 5,000 yuan. Clearly, she was a wealthy young lady. Wushuang rarely received such a high fee for a reading. Considering the money, she decided to give her a good wedding date. However, as soon as she started the reading, Wushuang's brow furrowed. Seeing Wushuang frown, fans in several live streaming rooms began to guess eagerly. "Master has frowned. Let's guess blindly. This young lady's fiancé might have a problem." Add one more. Whenever the master frowns, something bad usually happens to the fortune-tellers. Not necessarily. Maybe it's just an unlucky time for marriage recently. Fans in various live rooms kept guessing, and the onlookers nearby couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The long-haired young beauty, who was having her fortune told by Wushuang's face, lost its shyness and looked at Wushuang nervously. "Master, is there something wrong?" Wushuang sighed and took out a piece of paper, starting to draw and write. "Oh no, the master has taken out paper and pen. This young lady's fiancé definitely has a problem. Yes, every time the master uses paper and pen, big things happen." Wushuang quickly finished writing and handed the paper to the young lady with long hair. "Go to this address. I suggest you bring a brother with you, and if you have sisters, bring a few along. It's better to avoid being at a disadvantage due to fewer people." The young lady with long hair looked pale, no longer showing her previous shy and sweet expression. She tightly clenched the paper in her hand as she took it. One internet celebrity, thinking for a moment, approached and said, "Young lady, if you don't mind, let me join your live stream. That way, the scumbag might become famous online." The long-haired beauty silently nodded and stood up to leave, and the internet celebrity immediately followed. Because of curiosity about Wushuang's fortune-telling results, the fans in the live streaming room suddenly surged. A few other internet celebrities saw this and joined in, which made Wushuang's side much quieter. Wushuang had been talking so much that her mouth was dry, so she took the opportunity to drink some water and rest. Next to her, a young man watching the scene was fiddling with his phone. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wow!" He held his phone up to Wushuang, looking excited and surprised as if sharing gossip. "Master, The police have issued a notice. The girl you previously predicted as missing has been found. Her mother is actually the CEO of Wanqing Company, Wushuang, and the missing girl is her only daughter, Yule. This young man was very surprised by Wushuang's identity. It was rare to see such a wealthy person come for a fortune-telling, which he found very interesting. Wushuang already knew Wushuang's background, so she didn't feel much. Wushuang is a legendary figure, a self-made wealthy woman. Her husband wanted a share of her wealth after seeing her money, but Wushuang was very clear-headed. She paid him off and didn't let him interfere in her business. Her husband was unhappy and found a mistress, but Wushuang was even more ruthless. She made her husband leave with nothing, and her daughter changed her surname, showing her strong will. Wushuang took out her phone to check the police notice. The police had released details of the case, explaining the whole story. Yule went on a trip with her best friend. They heard someone say there was a wild mountain nearby, full of wildflowers, with very beautiful scenery. Yule and her best friend decided to take a taxi directly to the wild mountains to see wildflowers. However, they got lost in the mountains. As it was getting dark, Yule and her friend, feeling anxious, finally met an elderly couple who were out gathering mountain goods. Seeing that the two young girls were lost, the elderly couple kindly helped them down the mountain. They not only took the girls to their home and prepared a meal for them, but also warmly invited Yule and her friend to stay overnight. Initially, the two girls thought they had met kind people. Seeing the simple home of the elderly couple, Yule gave them 10,000 yuan as a thank you. However, their kindness was not rewarded. Instead, the elderly couple had bad intentions. In the middle of the night, the couple broke into the house, knocked out Yule and her friend, and stole all their belongings. They then locked the girls in a cellar. When their son returned, he was very excited and said he had caught 2 future daughters-in-law. If Yule and her friend had not fought back together, and if Wushuang hadn't arrived just in time, they wouldn't know what they might have faced. This village had a tradition of buying brides, but after life improved, they stopped doing it often. Still, they were very protective of their own and suspicious of outsiders. If Wushuang hadn't brought enough bodyguards and police, it wouldn't have been easy to escape. Later, Wushuang watched a live stream of a celebrity catching a cheating partner. She casually opened the video. In the stream, a young woman with long hair was hitting a man violently, with several other girls helping her. A woman with messy clothes covering her head tries to run away, but a few popular streamers deliberately block her path. The mistress is quickly caught by 2 close friends of a young, long-haired beauty, and together they confront the scoundrel. The live stream becomes chaotic, and soon it is shut down because fighting on live broadcasts is not allowed. Although the stream is closed, a video of the beauty catching the cheating man quickly becomes popular online. People are discussing this event a lot, and some experts explain the accuracy of Wushuang's fortune-telling skills. Wushuang looks at her phone for a while but is interrupted by someone asking for a fortune. After reading a few more fortunes, Wushuang plans to go home. Just before she leaves, Wushuang rushes over and stops her. Wushuang is in a hurry and sincerely thanks Wushuang, saying, "Master, it was thanks to you that we saved my daughter. Could you please come have a meal with us to thank you?" Wushuang shows great respect and does not look down on Wushuang because of her young age. Wushuang wants to go home quickly and waves her hand, saying, "No need. You already paid for the fortune-telling. No need to thank me. If you want to show gratitude, donate some money to a trustworthy charity." Seeing that Wushuang is eager to leave, Wushuang gives her a small bag. "Since that's the case, you must accept this latest designer bag from Xiangjia. Consider it my thanks to you. Also, please add me as a friend so we can stay in touch." This time, Wushuang did not refuse. The bag was quite expensive, at least over 100,000, and it was just right for Luo Xia to use. After accepting the bag and adding Wushuang as a friend, Wushuang went home. At home, Luo Xia was very happy to see the bag Wushuang brought and couldn't put it down. Eager to look inside, she unzipped the bag and was about to see what was inside when she suddenly let out a surprise sound. She took out a bank card from the bag and said, Wushuang, there's a bank card here. I took the card and looked at it, noticing a note stuck on the back with a bank card password and a message. This 10 million is a thank you to the master. Please, master, kindly accept it. Wushuang was really very generous, which made Luo Xia and Wei Jiani both gasp in amazement. However, both of them watched Wushuang's videos every day and understood why Wushuang was giving so much money. Wushuang transferred 3 million to Luo Xia and Wei Jian respectively, keeping 4 million for herself. The remaining money Wushuang donated to several trustworthy charity organizations, including those helping with serious illnesses and animals. Before donating, Wushuang checked that these charities were reliable, ensuring most of her donation would be used properly. On Saturday, she finally didn't have to go to school. Wushuang left early in the morning to buy supplies for making charms. Luo Xia carried her small bag, ready to show off to her friends. This was a gift from her daughter, and she couldn't wait to make her friends jealous. The tools for drawing talismans can be bought at any shop, but the quality varies. Wushuang checked several stores, but wasn't very satisfied. The cinnabar was okay, and the paper and brushes for the talismans were barely usable. Unable to find good supplies, Wushuang had to buy a set randomly. She planned to follow the instructions in the Xian Huangju to make her own paper and brushes next time. Wushuang's first attempt was drawing a peace talisman. She drew 10 of these, then another 10 space talismans. After finishing, Wushuang felt her spiritual energy had decreased by half, leaving her with only the remaining half. She thought for a moment and decided to draw a 5 Thunder Talisman, which is very powerful and effective against monsters and ghosts, and also quite damaging to humans. The drawing is more difficult, but with her 100-fold learning ability, Wushuang was confident she could do it. However, she was worried she wouldn't have enough spiritual energy. After finishing 1 5 Thunder Talisman, she felt her spiritual energy was completely drained. She sat down on the spot to recover her energy. After using up her spiritual power, she continued practicing, which also helped expand her meridians and spiritual capacity. Once she recovered, Wushuang continued drawing 5 Thunder Talismans, making 5 in a row. She felt her mind was too exhausted, giving her a headache, so she stopped. Just then, Luo Xia and Wei Jiani returned. Wushuang quickly handed them the peace and space talismans. They immediately put on the peace talisman. As for the space talisman, they looked at it curiously. Luo Xia held up the space talisman and asked Wushuang, "How do you use this talisman?" Wushuang took the talisman paper and said to Luo Xia, "You can stick the talisman paper on any part of your body, like your palm. Then, to retrieve something, just think about it and touch the space. You can see inside the space talisman and imagine what you want to take out. If you don't want to keep it on your hand, you can also put the space talisman on your bag, and the bag will become a portable space." Wei Jiani looked a bit worried and asked, "If the bag is filled with too many things, will it become too heavy to carry?" Wushuang shook her head and replied, "There's no need to worry about that. The weight of the items inside doesn't affect anything. Strictly speaking, those things are stored in a different dimension, and the space talisman is the key that links to that dimension." Luo Xia and Wei Jiani both decided to use the space talisman on their palms. They happily played at home, storing and retrieving items. Wushuang's space talisman used a lot of spiritual energy and had a large space, about 100 square meters, enough to hold many things. The two of them went through all the furniture at home, thoroughly enjoying the process. With the space talisman drawn, Wushuang's own space was finally officially usable for storing things. She opened her phone and started ordering various items online, things she thought she might need when traveling to other worlds in the future. There was a large garage at home, perfect for storing the purchased items, unpacking them, and putting them into her space. After a lot of shopping, spending nearly 1 million, Wushuang finally felt satisfied and stopped. Then she called Gu Beichun, and he answered immediately. Gu Beichun's warm voice came through the phone. "Master Wei, hello. Why are you calling me now?" Wushuang replied, "The peace talisman and space talisman I promised you are ready. Give me your address, and I will come to deliver them." Gu Beichen's voice became even more enthusiastic. Thank you for thinking of me, master. But I shouldn't trouble you to come all this way. Just tell me your location, and I will come to pick you up. Wushuang had already left her house. Since her place was in a busy area, she stepped outside into a lively shopping street. She looked around and saw a nearby coffee shop with a very nice environment. Most importantly, it was a cat cafe with many cute furry cats inside. Wushuang immediately said, I'll wait for you at Blue Island Coffee on Shangming Road. Gu Beichen responded, Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Wushuang headed straight to the cat cafe. As she entered, a completely black cat came over and jumped onto her feet. The black cat let out a soft, delicate meow twice. To others, it just sounded like a cat being affectionate. But to Wushuang, it sounded like a beautiful young boy's voice. People are enchanted by the charm of cats. Fascinating. Wushuang raised an eyebrow. No, it's not quite enchanting enough yet. The aura of magic on this black cat is too faint. It probably gained some intelligence by accident, but hasn't fully begun practicing magic. At most, it's a novice fairy. Wushuang bent down to pick up the black cat and found a seat nearby. Next to her was a sign with information about the cats in the shop. Wushuang quickly read the description of the black cat. Top cat in the shop, gentle and affectionate, very cooperative. The rest of the long description listed the favorite foods of the black cat, making it easy for customers to buy and feed it. Wushuang bought 2 cans of food that the black cat liked. The cat looked at her with sparkling eyes. Human, you are generous. Meow declares that you are its favorite customer. It can let you pet its belly. Seeing the black cat easily roll over to show its belly, Wushuang couldn't help but laugh and gently rubbed its soft belly. You're so easy to let people pet your belly. Aren't you afraid of bad people taking advantage? The black cat looked very happy. You think I'm silly? I only trust and get close to people I like. I won't be bullied by bad people. Wushuang rubbed the black cat's belly. But you're smart now. Why don't you practice cultivation? Although you're a fairy, if you don't practice, your lifespan won't be much longer than a normal cat. Who says I don't want to practice? Wait. The black cat suddenly broke free from Wushuang's hand, sat up straight, and looked at her cautiously. Did you just talk to me? You understand what I say. Wushuang rested her chin on her hand with a smile, looking at the cautious black cat. Why are you so surprised? You've become a fairy with intelligence. Is it strange that someone practicing cultivation can understand your words? The black kitten twitched its ears nervously and fidgeted with its small paws, looking at her anxiously. Can you catch the cat? The cat is a good cat, not harmful. Please don't catch the cat, okay? The black kitten looked pitiful and begged, curling up instinctively into a small ball, appearing adorable and helpless. Wushuang couldn't help but stroke the black kitten's fur. Don't be afraid. A harmless spirit beast won't be caught. I asked because I think you're wasting your life not practicing. Seeing Wushuang's kind attitude, the black kitten relaxed, realizing she wasn't trying to hurt it. With drooping ears, it looked sad. It's not that I don't want to practice. I just happened to come across a strand of moonlight essence that gave me wisdom. I'm just an ordinary cat with a bit of luck and intelligence. Without a special inheritance, I can't really practice. Anyway, I'm pretty smart and can make people like me. I can also get by well at the cat cafe. As the black kitten spoke, it started to feel discouraged, almost giving up. Wushuang gently stroked the kitten's chin and smiled. Why don't you come with me? I can teach you how to practice. You have a rare chance to gain wisdom, and you're a mysterious cat. It would be a shame not to practice. The black kitten was very surprised. You're willing to teach me how to practice? It moved closer to Wushuang, reaching out its paws to hold Wushuang's arm. You can't lie to me. Wushuang gently stroked its cat's head and said, Don't worry, I won't deceive you. After saying that, Wushuang picked up Tuan and went to the cat cafe owner to buy him. The cat cafe owner was a very charming woman who clearly loved cats. She kept all the cats in the shop healthy and happy, and they surrounded her as she sat. When Wushuang said he wanted to buy Tuan, the owner's first reaction was to advise him to stay calm. Young lady, you might think Tuan is cute and want to buy him on a whim, but taking care of a cat is not easy. Cats are not always obedient and adorable. They might break your precious things, make a mess on your bed, scratch your curtains and sofa. At night, they might wake you up with loud noises, and they can get sick, which can be expensive to treat. Cats are shy and easily scared. They might bite or scratch you during play or when frightened. Have you thought about that? Can you promise you won't get angry and hurt or abandon the cat if it has these problems? Wushuang nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss. I've had cats before, and I understand all of this." I really like He Tuan. To prove he was serious, Wushuang took out his phone, opened the photo album, and showed the owner a video of an old cat. This cat was a stray that the original owner found when it was a kitten, and it was actually rescued together with that untrustworthy man, Su Yan. When I found the cat, it was already about 10 years old and had been abandoned by its owner due to illness. The original owner felt sorry for it and adopted it, and I, along with Su Yan, used our pocket money to pay for its medical care. 2 years ago, the cat passed away peacefully. I was very sad for a month and vowed never to keep another cat because it was too emotional. Seeing that Wushuang truly loved the black group and having experience caring for old cats, the boss finally relaxed her attitude. "All the cats here are stray cats I have taken in. If you want one, you don't need to pay. Just agree to visit regularly. Also, you can't abandon the cat. If you don't want to keep it anymore, or if it's sick and you don't want to treat it, just return it. Don't just throw it away." Wushuang agreed one by one and added the boss as a friend. The boss's wife then told Wushuang a lot about the black group's personality and preferences. During the chat, Wushuang learned that the female boss's name was Gong Ing. She looked young but was actually 42 years old. Gong Ing is a single person and is wealthy, so she doesn't lack money. She opened this cat cafe simply to find something to do and to have a place to care for the stray cats she rescued. Unexpectedly, the cafe became very popular, and she earned quite a lot of money. Wushuang smiled, thinking that the success of the cafe was because of the black group. After the black group gained intelligence, it unexpectedly developed a bit of a money-attracting ability. With the black group in charge, the cafe naturally earned a lot of money. Wushuang took the black group with her because she was taking the money-attracting cat. She planned to draw a lucky charm for Gong Ing when she returned. I attached the talisman to the cat cafe, which made it more lucky than the black group, serving as a unique compensation. Gong Ing truly cares about the black group and is worried that Wushuang might bring them home suddenly without enough preparation, causing the cats to suffer. She packed up all the cat supplies for the black group and took everything with Wushuang, including over 100 small clothes, cat food, treats, toys, litter boxes, and food bowls, everything a cat needs. There was too much to carry, so Wushuang called Dad Wei Jianni to drive over and bring the items home. Wushuang held the black group in his arms while talking about cats with Gong Ing, waiting for Gu Beichen to arrive. Before long, Gu Beichen hurried over, looking a bit out of breath, probably running after parking his car. Seeing Wushuang, Gu Beichen took a deep breath and said apologetically, "There was traffic on the way. Sorry for making you wait. It's okay, I didn't wait long." Wushuang greeted Gong Ing and Gu Beichen, then sat at the table. He quickly handed Gu Beichen a peace talisman and a space talisman. "This is the peace talisman and space talisman I promised you before." He also explained how to use the space talisman. Gu Beichen, like Luo Xia and Wei Jianni, was very interested in the space talisman. The first thing he did was to hold the space talisman in his palm. Then he put cups from the shop into the space, which made Wushuang's eyes widen in surprise, especially since there were surveillance cameras nearby. Fortunately, this world has the mystical arts, and although space talismans are rare, they are not extremely uncommon. Otherwise, he would be too careless and easily caught by bad people if he encountered any surprises. Fortunately, the space talisman was real, so Gu Beichen didn't test it further. He looked sincerely at Wushuang and asked, "Master, can you sell me 3 more of the space talisman and the peace talisman? I have parents and a sister. One isn't enough for all of us. These 2 talismans are well drawn." Wushuang happily took out 3 more and placed them in front of Gu Beichen. Gu Beichen happily stored the talismans and took out a pre-prepared bank card, placing it in front of Wushuang. "Master, This is the payment for the talismans. Wushuang picked up the bank card and said to Gu Beichen, remember to wear the peace talisman close to your body every day. As long as the talisman's power is active, water and fire won't harm you. You don't need to take it off when bathing. Gu Beichen carefully kept the talisman and patted his chest. Such an important talisman. I will make sure my parents and sister wear it every day. Wushuang nodded. The talismans have been delivered. I will leave now. Gu Beichen was eager to give his family the magical space talisman and the life-saving peace talisman. He immediately stood up happily and said goodbye to Wushuang. After Gu Beichen left, Wushuang and Gonging exchanged greetings, then hugged the black ball and left the cat cafe, heading home. The black ball had gained some intelligence and was no longer as timid and skittish as an ordinary cat, so Wushuang felt at ease carrying it away. The black ball curled up in Wushuang's arms, looking a bit nervous as it spoke. Can I call you Mom? If you don't like it, I can call you my owner. Before entering the cat cafe, Heituan saw many cats raised like children, cared for very well by their human mothers. Heituan has always envied them. As a stray kitten born on the streets, he doesn't remember his mother anymore. He really wants a human mother to love him exclusively and give him special attention. At the cat cafe, Gonging is kind to him, but she has many other cats to take care of, so she can't give him much attention. People who come to the cafe to pet the cats love them, but their visits are only temporary. Heituan is a high-maintenance cat. After gaining intelligence, he understands what loneliness and love are. Wushuang gently patted Heituan's small head and said, since I adopted you, you are my child. Of course, you can call me Mom. Heituan immediately perked up his ears and loudly meowed several times. Mom.
Mom.
Mom. Hey, Mom is here. Wushuang patiently responded, and Heituan happily wagged his tail, unable to resist rubbing against Wushuang again. They walked into the neighborhood. Wushuang's community has a lot of greenery and a very nice environment. Heituan looked longingly at the large lawn and pitifully asked Wushuang, Mom, I want to go play there. After gaining intelligence, Heituan knew that the outside world was dangerous. He mostly stays in the cat cafe, afraid of leaving and getting hurt. Now, with the support of Wushuang, Heituan, who has always longed to explore the outside world, couldn't help but feel a little excited. Wushuang squatted down and placed Heituan on the grass. All right, you can play freely. I'll stay here and watch over you. By then, the grass on the lawn had grown tall, flowers were blooming, and the trees provided shade. Heituan suddenly went wild, running, climbing trees, catching bugs, and chasing butterflies. Wushuang stood nearby, watching Heituan have fun, and took out her phone to take pictures of Heituan playing. Heituan is a pampered cat with limited stamina. After a while, he got tired. He lazily crawled over to Wushuang, purring and rubbing against her legs. Mommy, hug me. My legs are soft. I can't walk anymore. Wushuang picked up Heituan and couldn't help but talk to him. Your health isn't great. You're already in poor shape. You need to start training as soon as possible. When you become stronger through training, even if I'm not around, you'll be able to protect yourself. Your safety will improve a lot. Otherwise, the world is still too dangerous for you. Heituan rubbed his face against Wushuang's. Meow knows. I'll train hard, and I want to stay with Mommy forever. I don't want to be apart from her. Wushuang stroked Heituan's smooth fur. Life is full of surprises. I can't guarantee I'll always be with you. Wushuang was wearing Bluetooth headphones, so her talking to Heituan wouldn't attract much attention. When they got home, Luo Xia and Wei Jianni had already set up a special room for the cats, even buying a cat climbing frame. The extra fee paid for the urgent delivery of the large cat climbing frame filled an entire wall. The climbing frame is shaped like a tree, with a very beautiful cat house at the top. Seeing Heituan, Luo Xia happily reached out her hand. This is Heituan, right? Come here, Grandma wants to hold you. Heituan smartly stretched out his paws, allowing Luo Xia to hold him, and then pressed his face against hers, making Luo Xia very happy. Wei Jian looked at Heituan with some worry. I told you not to keep cats anymore. Now you have one again. When the cat leaves, you two will be so sad you'll cry. Luo Xia rolled her eyes at Wei Jian. Don't say such gloomy words. We'll take good care of it, and try to keep it for 20 years. When that time comes, it will be a happy farewell, not so sad. He Tuan meowed loudly. Luo Xia couldn't help but kiss him. Grandma's good baby. What are you saying? Are you hungry? Grandma will open a can for you. Wushuang couldn't help but explain. Mom, He Tuan is saying that once it trains and improves its lifespan, it won't die early. Don't worry. Luo Xia was amused by Wushuang. You can understand cat language? Even if you can understand He Tuan, can He Tuan understand human speech? He Tuan is a wise cat spirit. It hasn't trained yet, so it can't speak human words, but understanding human speech isn't a problem. Both Luo Xia and Wei Jian were stunned by Wushuang's words. After a while, Wei Jian pointed at He Tuan, speechless. No, you're saying. He Tuan is a spirit. Li Xia examined the black ball carefully, looking a bit surprised. She said, it looks like an ordinary cat, so how can it be a fairy? Although both of them were surprised, they didn't show any fear. Li Xia even kept holding the black ball in her arms. If you don't believe it, you can try talking to it. Black ball, see if you understand what we say. Li Xia and Wei Jian looked at each other. Wei Jian pointed to the drawer nearby. Black ball, go to the drawer and get the razor inside for me. Black ball immediately jumped down from Li Xia's arms, walked to the drawer, and used its paw to open it. It carefully grabbed the razor inside. Then it walked confidently to Wei Jian, placed the razor down, sat upright, and looked at Wei Jian, gently sweeping its tail back and forth. Wei Jian and Li Xia were both surprised, their mouths wide open. Wei Jian picked up the razor and asked, could Black Ball really understand human speech? Li Xia tested with a more detailed command. Black Ball, go to my jewelry box on the dressing table and bring me my bracelet. Black Ball got up again and perfectly followed Li Xia's command. When Li Xia and Wei Jian saw the bracelet in its paws, they had to believe that Black Ball was indeed a fairy that understood human language. After confirming Black Ball was a fairy, their first thought was, now we don't have to worry about Black Ball's short lifespan. We won't be sad when it passes away. Yes, Black Ball is a fairy. In the future, when we go traveling, we won't be afraid of taking it to busy places. We can take it everywhere and explore the world. Luo Xia and Wei Jian pulled the black group along, having a lot of fun together. They talked to the cats, and it was amazing to understand what the cats were thinking. Wushuang also enjoyed watching the black group. She didn't rush to start practicing. Instead, she let it relax and get familiar with the area first, which was fine. Seeing Luo Xia and Wei Jian having a new grandchild, Wushuang lost interest to her daughter and went back to her room to continue drawing talismans. This time, she drew a calming talisman and a demon-capturing talisman. The 5 thunder talisman was for killing, the calming talisman was for calming, and the demon-capturing talisman was for trapping demons, as the name suggests. After finishing the 3 talismans, Wushuang also drew a wealth-attracting talisman for gonging. Once her spiritual power was used up, Wushuang remembered the bank card Gu Beichen gave her today. She opened it and looked at it. Gu Beichen was very generous. There was another 5 million in the account. However, Gu Beichen wasn't losing out. Wushuang's space talisman and peace talisman of her level, if sold normally, would be worth about the same. Not only was her space talisman several times larger than ordinary ones, but the peace talisman could also be used 3 times, much better than one that turns to ash after use. Early the next morning, Wushuang went out for a run. When she passed by the cat cafe, she stuck the wealth-attracting talisman on the cafe's door, hoping the business would improve in the future. She practiced, drew talismans, taught the black group to practice, and went to school to pass the time. Recently, Wushuang stopped setting up her fortune-telling stall. She had already proven her skill in divination and didn't need to keep doing it. Currently, the most important thing for Wushuang is practicing and improving her strength. Playing with divination is just a pastime outside her training. At first, Wushuang wanted to do live streams to make money by doing divination, but after she got busy, she lost interest because she doesn't need the money. Her life is smooth, except that recently she keeps running into Su Yan and Yun Miao Miao at school more and more often. When Wushuang goes to eat, she often sees the two feeding each other sweetly in the cafeteria, always close to her. But Wushuang just eats her own food, chats with classmates, and doesn't pay attention to them. When Wushuang goes to practice by the school lake, she always sees the two holding hands and dating right in front of her. At first, she would turn around and leave, but later she would hide in the thick branches of a big tree to practice in secret. She stopped eating in the cafeteria and started bringing her own lunch from home, eating with classmates who also brought food in the classroom. She doesn't believe they can find her classroom just to show off their affection. Wushuang is very sure that Su Yan and Yun Miao Miao are deliberately showing their love in front of her. As for why they do this or what strange ideas they have, Wushuang doesn't care. Anyway, after the college entrance exam, she will be able to get rid of them, and the annoyance will only last a few days. Wushuang remains calm, but Yun Miao Miao, who is constantly pulled around by Su Yan to walk all over the school, feels very annoyed. When it was time for lunch, Yun Miao Miao was still being dragged around by Su Yan, and they were walking faster and faster. Yun Miao Miao was tired, hungry, and thirsty, and her feet hurt a lot. She suspected she had blisters on her feet. Yun Miao Miao knew what Su Yan was doing. He was looking for Wei Wushuang. Maybe Su Yan was still confused and didn't understand why he insisted on showing affection in front of Wei Wushuang. But as a girl who had become somewhat mature early because of her poor family background, Yun Miao Miao saw clearly that Su Yan was regretting the fight with Wei Wushuang from their childhood. Yun Miao Miao felt sorry for pushing too hard, which caused Wei Wushuang to turn against them and also made Su Yan lose control. She was unhappy with Su Yan's recent indifference toward her. Instead, he kept running into Wei Wushuang and deliberately showing affection in front of her. But no matter how upset she was, Yun Miao Miao didn't dare to say much. She was afraid Su Yan might realize her feelings. Yun Miao Miao came from the mountains. Her hometown was often described as beautiful with clear water and lush mountains, but in reality, it was just a poor mountain village. The scenery was nice, but because it was hard to get in and out and building roads was difficult, the scenery couldn't turn into money. Every family in the village was poor. Yun Miao Miao was able to go to school because she was lucky enough to be chosen as a sponsor by a filming team for a charity program. But when she came to the city and saw other children studying easily, she felt jealous and unhappy because she had to work hard just to change her life. At this moment, Su Yan showed her interest. When Yun Miao Miao learned that Su Yan was one of the wealthier students, she decided to seize the chance to get close to him. Cloud Miao Miao had never thought about marrying Su Yan. She only wanted to be his girlfriend, using his help to stand firm in this busy city. As for the future, if someone better came along, Cloud Miao Miao would definitely leave Su Yan. In the story, Cloud Miao Miao goes home and meets Zhizhao, her master, who scolds her. She then joins Zhizhao's school and begins her journey in the mysterious world of cultivation. Su Yan, who was useless, was abandoned by her. But Cloud Miao Miao was even more cruel. She kept him as a backup, using him until the end. Originally, Cloud Miao Miao thought Wei Wushuang would always cling to Su Yan, eventually wearing out his patience and feelings. But when Wushuang came back, she simply cut ties with Su Yan, which surprised him. Su Yan has a bit of a self-deprecating side. He liked his childhood friend, but she suddenly stopped liking him and ignored him. Later, Wushuang moved away, and he couldn't see her anymore. He found himself unable to let go and often tried to get close to her without realizing it. Su Yan hadn't figured it out yet, or maybe he didn't want to. Cloud Miao Miao saw clearly that Su Yan was deliberately showing affection to make Wushuang jealous. Cloud Miao Miao didn't dare to expose or upset him, nor did she dare to show any dissatisfaction. She was afraid that Su Yan would realize the truth and go after Wushuang again. So she had to endure, silently watching Su Yan try every way to show love to Wushuang. Wushuang thought she could peacefully wait until the college entrance exam was over, but within a few days, Gu Beichen came knocking at her door. When Gu Beichen arrived, Wushuang was preparing to barbecue. The black group was training very hard, and its progress was clearly visible. Wushuang was happy because this barbecue was a reward for the black group. Now that it had become skilled in training, Unlike ordinary cats, it could eat human food. Since it started eating human food, the black group had become obsessed with delicious food and wanted to try everything. Right now, the black group was staring eagerly at the grilled meat in Luo Xia's hand. It wasn't until Luo Xia handed the cooked meat into its mouth that it happily closed its eyes, rubbed its head against Luo Xia's hand, and then enjoyed the tasty food. Grandma is so good, meow. I like Grandma the most, meow. I love Grandma. The black group's spine had just been refined, so its speech was still a bit awkward, stumbling over words and making anxious meowing sounds. But Luo Xia and Wei Jiani enjoyed chatting happily with the black group. Wei Jiani placed a piece of grilled beef onto a plate in front of it. He deliberately teased, "Grandma is good, Grandpa is not." The black group immediately rubbed against Wei Jiani. "Grandma is good, Grandpa is good." Thinking for a moment, it looked at Wushuang and said, "Mom is the best, meow. I like Mom the most, meow." Wushuang placed a cooked fish in front of it. "Sweet-talking kitty, here's a fish as a reward." It was at this moment that Gu Baichen arrived. As soon as he entered, he saw the barbecue grill in front of Wushuang. The master was cooking, and since I am good at cooking, I offered to help with the grilling. I said, "Try my cooking skills, it will definitely taste good." Then I took off my expensive suit jacket and placed it on the chair back, rolled up my sleeves, and started grilling for Wushuang. Wushuang casually handed me the barbecue brush and asked, "You came so suddenly. Is there something urgent?" While grilling, I explained, "Yes, there is a matter, but it's not directly mine. My dad has a friend in business, and something happened at his home. His son went on a trip, and after returning, he became unconscious. They checked at many hospitals, even abroad, but no one can find the cause." I continued, "All the hospitals say his health is normal, but he just won't wake up. Science hasn't helped, and many masters have been called, but nothing works." I added, "Last time, I brought you a peace talisman and a space talisman. When my dad used the space talisman, his friend saw it. My dad's friend kept insisting that I, as a master, should see his son. My dad was reluctant at first because many masters had already been called, and I wasn't sure if the rules of the spiritual world meant one thing or two. But the friend is an old acquaintance of my dad, crying and begging, insisting I ask you. He said, 'If you're willing to go, I'll pay any price.' People with real skills are proud and confident. They don't lower themselves to work with others on simple tasks. However, Wushuang is unconventional and doesn't follow strict rules. To improve quickly, she knows she can't just stay hidden and practice alone. She needs real battles. So, Wushuang stands up and says, 'All right, I'll go with you to see what's going on.' She looks at He Tuan, who is busy grilling meat. After hesitating, Wushuang decides not to bring He Tuan along. He Tuan is still young and not very strong yet. Wushuang isn't sure of her own abilities either. If danger arises, she doesn't want He Tuan to be hurt. Gu Baichen finishes grilling the meat, then puts on a suit and says to Wushuang, "This is really troublesome for you, master." Wushuang, Luo Xia, and Wei Jian all say, "Mom and Dad, you can eat with He Tuan. Wushuang and Gu Baichen are going out. If I don't come back tonight, don't worry about me." If there really is trouble, Wushuang fears she won't catch the culprit in one night. Luo Xia and Wei Jian are a bit worried, but they don't say anything. They respect Wushuang's decision. He Tuan watches Wushuang's back eagerly, wanting to follow her. But He Tuan is well behaved. Wushuang doesn't say anything, and He Tuan just watches quietly, not causing trouble. Wushuang pats He Tuan's head and says, "Be good, practice hard. You're still too weak now. When your strength improves, I'll take you with me." He Tuan nudges Wushuang's hand and meows, "I will, meow. I will work hard to get stronger, meow." Gu Baichen was driving a sports car today, but Wushuang didn't feel much about sports cars. He still preferred off-road vehicles with larger size because they have more space and look more impressive. Gu Baichen's father's friend also owns a villa located in the famous Xishan Villa area. Not all villas are the same. Some are just bigger houses with more rooms and a yard. But his friend's villa is very large, with a swimming pool and garden in front, and a small grass field at the back where horses can be kept and ridden. Inside, The house is even more luxurious, with hot springs integrated into the design. The house is as grand as ancient noble homes, but even more spacious. As soon as you enter the villa hall, you see a large crowd of people dressed in all kinds of clothes. Some wear Taoist robes, some are monks, others wear traditional Tang clothing, and there's an old man who looks very wise and spiritual. At first, Wushuang thought they might all be scammers, but upon closer look, he saw that each person had a strong spiritual energy, proving they were truly skilled. Wushuang was surprised. When did these masters become so down-to-earth? So many people together, and they didn't seem to care about losing face. A handsome middle-aged man, looking a bit tired but very friendly, stepped forward to greet him warmly. Seeing Wushuang, he looked relieved, as if he had found a savior. "Hello, you must be Master Wei Wushuang. Thank you for coming all this way. Here is your fee, 5 million. Please accept it. This 5 million is your fee for risking your life, Master. As long as you can save my son, I will pay an additional 50 million, plus a villa in Blue Water Bay as a thank you gift." While speaking, a bank card was handed to Wushuang. Surprisingly, he received 5 million without doing anything. No wonder capable people are willing to work together. The reward is just too high. Not only the 50 million, but the villa in Blue Water Bay is also a top luxury area, worth at least 30 million. At this moment, Wushuang recognized who this person was, an often seen guest on financial channels, the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, Lu Bin. The person in trouble was Lu Bin's only son, Lu Weishan. If something happened to him, Lu Bin's large company would have no one to inherit it. Wushuang took the card and said, "Mr. Lu, don't worry. I will do my best to help save your son." "Thank you very much for your trouble," Lu Bin replied with a smile and nodded at Gu Beichen. "Beichen, thank you for helping this time," Lu Bin said. Gu Beichen quickly responded, "Uncle Lu, you're too kind. We're good friends with Wei Shan."
Of course I'll help if I can.
Lu Bin led Wushuang to sit down and said a little apologetically, "I've invited everyone I could. There are 2 people still on their way. I'll have Master Wei wait a moment." He continued, "I know this is a bit rude, but I only have this one son. Please forgive an old father's worries for his son." Everyone said they didn't mind. When you have so much money, it's hard to feel uncomfortable about it. Duo Shuang sat on the sofa, and a servant immediately brought tea. There were also small snacks on the table for easy eating, showing thoughtful hospitality. Everyone in the room was observing each other, especially after Duo Shuang entered, as they looked at her the most. The reason was simple. In this house, Duo Shuang was the youngest. In the practice of the mystical arts, aside from geniuses, the rule is that the older you are, the more powerful you become. At Duo Shuang's age, she seemed quite unreliable. It was rare for Lu Bin to see Duo Shuang's face and still hear her call everyone master, without any sign of disrespect. Everyone else maintained a noble attitude, drinking tea or meditating quietly. But Duo Shuang was bored, munching on small cakes. I must say, these little cakes tasted quite good, sweet but not greasy. After about 10 minutes, Lu Bin brought in a handsome young man wearing a black hoodie, tall and with long legs. He looked only a couple of years older than Duo Shuang, but his appearance was stunning, both handsome and beautiful. His skin was as white as fine porcelain, smooth and almost poreless. He looked cold and aloof. He found a seat nearby and sat down without talking to anyone, showing a typical cool and handsome demeanor. He sat not far from Duo Shuang and nodded lightly in her direction, as a greeting. Duo Shuang smiled back, but inside, she felt a little stirred. The reason was simple. This handsome man was Yun Miao Miao's destined partner, the main character of this world, Xiao Changsheng. There are no records of Xiao Changsheng coming here in the original host's memories or the plot. In the story, Xiao Changsheng first appears when Yun Miao Miao becomes a disciple of Qi Shao, who takes her home and asks Xiao Changsheng to teach her. Before that, Xiao Changsheng had only been following elders to catch ghosts and eliminate demons, never acting alone. Wushuang doesn't think her butterfly wings can reach Xiao Changsheng. She senses something is off about him. Wushuang raises a finger and rubs her temples, feeling a headache. The plot has taken a new turn, and she worries it might affect her. Although her rational mind tells her it's unlikely, she still feels uneasy. She suspects Xiao Changsheng is coming for her. Wushuang never relies on luck. She always prepares for the worst. First, she observes Xiao Changsheng's attitude. If he shows hostility, her eyes flash with a fierce killing intent. Even if he is the hero, blocking her way, she will eliminate him. When unexpected changes occur in the task world, she reports them. Wushuang quickly reports Xiao Changsheng's situation to the Quick Travel Department. The Quick Travel Department's response will take some time. Meanwhile, Lu Bin is explaining to everyone about his son's accident. My son suddenly fell into a coma after returning from a trip with friends 3 months ago. Actually, it's not just my son who is unconscious. 2 of his friends who went on the trip with him are also in a coma. During this time, I took my son to more than 10 hospitals, including some abroad, but no problems could be found. Now, I can only hope that the experts can help wake up my son. I promise I will reward everyone fairly. The monk twirled his prayer beads and asked, Could you tell us where the young master and his 2 friends traveled? Lu Bin had already investigated this and immediately described their travel route in detail. The monk spread out a map, recited a spell, and the travel route of Lu Weishan appeared on the map. The map was very detailed, showing all the places, villages, and roads Lu Weishan visited. A group of people gathered around the map to look at the route Lu Weishan took. An old man with white hair and a wise, gentle face stroked his beard and said, The places Lu Weishan visited have no records of ghosts or monsters causing trouble. It should be safe. The monk flicked his dust brush and said, Just because there were no ghosts or monsters before doesn't mean they won't appear later. Xiao Changsheng looked around and then stood up, facing Lu Bin. Mr. Lu, may I see your son? Wushuang also stood up. Yes, we should check on him first, to be sure whether it's really ghosts or monsters causing harm before doing anything else. Everyone agreed, and immediately stood up. They followed Xiao Changsheng and Wushuang, and a crowd was led by Lu Bin into Lu Weishan's room. Fortunately, Lu Weishan's room was large enough, so no one was crowded or cramped. Lu Weishan was lying on the bed, looking as if he was asleep. His handsome face, similar to his father's, was rosy and glowing, clearly a healthy person. Xiao Changsheng reached out, and a compass-like magical tool floated above Lu Weishan's head, emitting a golden light that scanned his entire body. Soon, Xiao Changsheng withdrew the compass and said to Lu Bin, who was watching him, He's not sick. His soul isn't in his body. The old man with a white beard stroked his beard and said, A soul leaving the body isn't a big problem. We just need to summon it back. He then took out a talisman, and with a flick of his finger, it ignited on its own, turning into a golden light that entered Lu Weishan's body. The old man with the white beard looked a bit proud and said, This is a soul-summoning talisman I developed myself. It's simpler and faster than traditional methods. After saying that, he pulled out a bunch of soul-summoning talismans from his pocket. Anyone who needs one, I'll sell them cheaply, 5,000 each. Limited quantity. Wushuang's mouth twitched. This style of doing things seemed a bit strange. Even more surprising, the people around actually started buying his talismans one after another. The monk was even more generous, buying 20 of them and looking very satisfied. With these talismans, summoning souls in the future will be much easier. Even the usually aloof Xiao Changsheng bought 10 talismans. To seem more friendly, Wushuang also bought 10. After purchasing, she felt a little regretful, mainly because she could draw these talismans herself, which didn't take much spiritual energy, so 5,000 was a bit expensive. Although she wasn't short of money, she felt upset when something wasn't worth its price. After selling the talismans, the old man with a white beard said, This soul-recalling talisman takes about an hour to complete. Everyone can wait outside until it's ready. The group thought for a moment and decided not to stay inside the house but to wait outside. Lu Bin was worried about his son and chose to stay with Lu Weishan. Wushuang was walking at the back. She had just used her spiritual eyes to look around and felt that Lu Weishan's soul separation was not so simple. But she had never dealt with this before and was afraid. she might judge incorrectly. She decided to watch how the more experienced people handled it. Because she was thinking about this, Wushuang ended up at the back. To her surprise, Xiao Changsheng was also at the end, walking alongside her. Old Zhou's cultivation isn't very high, but he's good at drawing talismans. He's a kind old man who runs an animal rescue station, taking in stray cats and dogs. He also adopted many disabled children who were abandoned. Every year, he spends a lot of money on their treatment. He really needs money. We often donate, but old Zhou doesn't want to take our money for free. Instead, he draws talismans and sells them to us as a way to repay us. Wushuang suddenly understood. No wonder these talismans are so expensive. She had thought that these mystical talismans were just naturally valuable. When I first opened my spiritual eyes, I noticed that the old man was glowing with a very strong aura of virtue. Wushuang didn't pay much attention at first. In this line of work, everyone carries some virtue, but his was especially intense. Wushuang thought the other person was a big shot, someone who often fights ghosts and monsters, which would explain the strong virtue. But it turned out he was just a kind-hearted person doing good deeds. Isn't that perfect? In the future, Wushuang will definitely donate money regularly. Instead of giving to unreliable charities, she might as well donate to him. But more than that, Wushuang was curious why the male lead, Xiao Changsheng, suddenly told her all this. In the story, Xiao Changsheng is a typical cold, handsome man, an icy beauty. He is a top genius in the mystical world, able to fight the 4 great ghost kings in his 20s and even seal them. He is cold and doesn't like to talk much. The female lead, Yun Miao Miao, gets special attention from him and approaches him because of her master, Qi Xiao. If Qi Xiao hadn't taken Yun Miao Miao in and left her to be taught by Xiao Changsheng, Yun Miao Miao would never have had a chance to be close to him. Most of the romantic scenes in the story are Yun Miao Miao taking the initiative. The story emphasizes that a strong man is afraid of being clingy. So now, seeing Xiao Changsheng with a cold face, but actively talking to her, Wushuang finds it very strange. She is curious about what is really going on with Xiao Changsheng. Everyone is sitting in the living room, chatting and drinking tea. Wushuang is closing her eyes to rest, but she is actually checking the data from the quick travel department. Wushuang didn't expect the quick travel department to be so fast. They figured everything out in less than an hour. Looking at the information about the quick transmigration, the 2 prominent words are rebirth. Xiao Changsheng is reborn. Wushuang opened her eyes in surprise. Since she is reborn, it makes sense that she is not following the original story. Therefore, Xiao Changsheng coming here is probably for herself. After all, Xiao Changsheng's behavior is very obvious. When facing others, she shows the typical cold and distant personality from the story. But she is clearly too enthusiastic towards Wushuang, which makes Wushuang find it hard to believe that Xiao Changsheng is not here for her. Wushuang feels a bit worried. This is not a good sign. Xiao Changsheng is the male lead, and his attention usually means trouble. Since it is known that this reborn Xiao Changsheng remembers her, he is not the original story's male lead reborn, but Xiao Changsheng reborn after Wushuang came to this world. This means the future of this world will change greatly because of Xiao Changsheng's rebirth, diverging from the story she knew. The development of the plot, which Xiao Changsheng is aware of but Wushuang is not, puts her in a passive position. If Xiao Changsheng uses his knowledge of the future to set traps for her, it will be very troublesome. The only good news now is that Xiao Changsheng doesn't seem to be coming as her enemy. But that is just an appearance. Who knows if in his past life he was a friend or foe? What if Xiao Changsheng is an enemy, pretending to get close early to lull her into a false sense of security, only to strike and defeat her? After much thought, Wushuang finally decided to peacefully coexist with Xiao Changsheng and stay alert in secret before he showed any hostility. Fortunately, Xiao Changsheng was not very enthusiastic. After she explained a bit about Xiao Changsheng, she didn't say much more. An hour passed quickly, and everyone gathered again in Lu Weishan's room. Lu Weishan was still sleeping, with no sign of waking up. Lu Bin frowned and looked anxiously at Xiao Changsheng. Old Mr. Zhou, An hour has passed. Why hasn't Weishan woken up? Xiao Jingchen also frowned and checked Lu Weishan again, looking serious. If he's just lost his soul, the talisman should be able to bring his spirit back. Unless his soul is trapped, this was a problem. Normally, if a person's soul leaves their body, it just floats around in one place or drifts aimlessly. But if it's trapped, the situation becomes much more complicated, with many possible reasons, none of which are good. Lu Bin clearly knew about this, and he quickly said, "Everyone, please do whatever you can to free my son's soul." Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Changsheng. Anyone familiar with the Mystic Gate would know Xiao Changsheng. If asked who has the strongest magic power here, everyone would agree it is Xiao Changsheng. Xiao Changsheng looked at Wushuang and asked, "Miss Wushuang, do you have any ideas?" Wushuang unexpectedly glanced at Xiao Changsheng. She didn't expect Xiao Changsheng to ask her, and surprisingly, she did have a way. Recently, she had just learned a tracking formation designed specifically to find people. It could locate the living, the dead, and even spirits. Xiao Changsheng clearly wanted to give herself a chance to show off, and Wushuang didn't refuse. She said directly, "I have a tracking formation that can find Lu Weishan's spirit. But if his spirit is trapped, I might not be able to bring it back." Xiao Changsheng nodded. "It's good enough to find the missing spirit. Knowing where his spirit is trapped helps us find and rescue him." Everyone else had no objections to this. Lu Bin couldn't speak and could only watch anxiously. Wushuang took out the formation disc from her space, activated it with her spiritual power, and placed Lu Weishan's finger on the disc. The disc emitted a warm yellow light. Characters floated up, and the pattern spun. A drop of blood from Lu Weishan's finger fell onto the center of the formation. An arrow appeared in the air above the formation, pointing to the front left. Wushuang said, "The direction of the arrow is where Lu Weishan's spirit is trapped. We follow the arrow of the tracking formation, and we will find him." Lu Bin immediately made a call to arrange a convoy to follow the tracking formation and find the person. While waiting for the car, Zhou Jingtian couldn't help but ask Wushuang, "Is this young friend's space talisman drawn by herself, or was it given by an elder?" Wushuang didn't think much and simply said, "The space talisman is something I drew myself." Unexpectedly, Zhou Jingtian was very surprised and said, "Young friend, you are so young and able to draw space talismans. Truly impressive." After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Would you sell me a space talisman?" "Don't worry, I will pay you fairly." Wushuang didn't think about money and directly took a space talisman from his space and handed it to Zhou Jingtian. "It's just a space talisman, no need to pay. I give it to you." Zhou Jingtian took the talisman and was about to say he couldn't accept it for free, but in the next moment, he was stunned by the talisman. Even ordinary people can use this kind of space talisman. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Wushuang. "Did you really draw this yourself?" Wushuang was a bit taken aback by Zhou Jingtian's intense gaze and nodded uncertainly. "Yes." Zhou Jingtian took a deep breath and stepped closer, excitedly saying, "You are a genius at drawing talismans, you know that? Would you be willing to learn how to draw talismans from me?" Wushuang didn't know much about the mysterious sect, so he didn't realize that Zhou Jingtian was the most skilled talisman artist in the sect. Almost everyone in the sect had bought talisman paper from him. Some bought at high prices for charity, others at normal prices. Not only Zhou Jingchen, but others also looked at Wushuang in surprise. Besides Lu Bin, who was focused on his son and paid no attention to others, everyone else gathered around Wushuang. "Miss Wushuang, can you sell me one of those common space talismans? Not just one, maybe 5? 10 would be even better. Money is not a problem. Go away. If you buy 10, we might not buy any at all." "Miss Wushuang, I'll take 5. You think 5 is too few? I only need 2. Aren't we supposed to ask Miss Wushuang how many space talismans she has before deciding how many to buy?" Wushuang was confused by their enthusiasm. Space talismans aren't rare paper charms, so why are they so excited? Xiao Changsheng explained to Wushuang, "Drawing space talismans is very difficult and requires strong control of spiritual energy. Making them usable for ordinary people is even more complicated and demands extreme mastery of spiritual power. Many people can draw space talismans, but few can do it well. Even fewer can create one suitable for ordinary people to use. Everyone has family or friends who can't cultivate. If they had these simple space talismans, they could help their loved ones who can't practice. As Xiao Changsheng spoke, he couldn't help but be amazed by Wushuang's incredible speed of cultivation and her perfect control of spiritual energy. The future top expert of the mysterious realm clearly showed extraordinary talent from the start. He definitely wanted to build a good relationship with her. When her master faces a deadly trial, her loyalty and kindness will surely make her help. Unaware that the male lead was secretly supporting her, Wushuang was busy selling space talismans. Luckily, she had stockpiled many thinking ahead. Now, I have translated everything, totaling more than 50 items, all of which have been sold. Except for Xiao Changsheng's unique talisman, which he insisted on giving to him free of charge. Each space talisman was sold for 30,000 yuan. He made a big profit all at once. Watching countless talismans sell out, Xiao Changsheng finally spoke again. "Young friend, are you willing to learn how to draw talismans from me?" Xiao Changsheng hesitated for a moment, but decided to accept Xiao Changsheng as his teacher. Xiao Changsheng was shining with a bright aura of virtue, clearly not a bad person, so there was no need to worry about being tricked. Plus, Xiao Changsheng, the male lead, also confirmed that Xiao Changsheng was the top talisman artist in the world, so learning from him would definitely be beneficial. Although Xiao Changsheng could learn on his own, there is a big difference between self-study and learning with a teacher's guidance. He immediately said, "I am willing to become your disciple and learn how to draw talismans from you." Xiao Changsheng originally thought he was just guiding a promising junior, not expecting Xiao Changsheng to think he wanted to take him as a disciple and immediately ask to become one. He happily smiled and said, "Good, good. After this matter is settled, I will accept you as my disciple." In the Taoist tradition, accepting a disciple involves preparing a formal ceremony and inviting friends to witness, which is quite complicated. Xiao Changsheng had not yet taken on a disciple. He was busy every day caring for cats, dogs, and children with disabilities, so he had no time to accept students. Moreover, he had high standards for his disciples. He was too lazy to waste time on those with insufficient talent. He was pleased to meet Xiao Changsheng, who had caught his interest. Happy, Xiao Changsheng took out a large handful of talismans and handed them to Wushuang. "These are talismans my master draws regularly. Some are for catching demons and driving away evil spirits, others are for daily life. Keep them." Wushuang accepted them without hesitation. Since her master was kind to her, she would also be kind in return. "Thank you, master." Just then, the convoy arranged by Lu Bin arrived. Since this was not an ordinary matter, Lu Bin did not arrange bodyguards. Bodyguards are ordinary people, and they would likely be helpless against supernatural events. He didn't want innocent people to risk their lives unnecessarily. Wushuang, Xiao Changsheng, and Lu Bin sat in the first car, responsible for guiding the way. After some discussion, everyone decided to bring Lu Weishan's body along. The soul and body are connected by attraction. Bringing Lu Weishan's body makes it easier to recover his spirit. Xiao Changsheng took out a puppet talisman and pressed it onto Lu Weishan's body. Immediately, Lu Weishan stood obediently like a puppet and followed Xiao Changsheng. Following the arrow of the tracking formation, they traveled from the main road to a small path, then into the wilderness, and finally to a mountain with no roads at all. The car could no longer go further, so everyone had to get out and walk up the mountain. As soon as they got out, Xiao Changsheng rummaged through her backpack and took out a stack of talismans. This is a speed-reducing divine talisman. It speeds up travel and doesn't tire you out. "We don't know how far we need to go next, so everyone take one to avoid exhaustion," Xiao Changsheng explained while handing out divine travel charms to everyone. Wushuang took a charm, stuck it on her leg, and it lit up. 2 white lights wrapped around her legs. Wushuang tested by taking a step. She immediately moved 5 meters forward. Her speed didn't change, but her step was larger. If she took bigger steps, she would cover more ground. If she took small, quick steps, her stride would be like that of a normal person. This way, she could travel faster and still control her movement easily. Unlike beginner divine travel charms, which can be hard to steer at high speeds and might cause accidents by hitting trees or walls, Wushuang found this interesting and decided to learn how to draw this type of charm first. Once she learned, she planned to make some slow-down divine travel charms for her family and the black group. Especially for the black group, since the cat demon is already fast, using the slow-down charm would make her even quicker. Once used to the normal speed divine travel charms, people might not even see her movement. With divine travel charms, climbing mountains became easier. Soon, everyone crossed 2 barren mountains. Then, everyone was shocked to find a well-preserved small town in a valley. They could even see busy crowds in the town. Xiao Changsheng frowned and asked, "In such a secluded place, how is there a small town?" Xiao Changsheng took out a compass, and the needle spun rapidly, moving very fast. Xiao Changsheng frowned and said, "This small town feels strange. There are no people here and no ghosts, so the compass has nowhere to point." Lubin pointed to the busy crowd in the town, looking shocked and a little scared. "There are so many people, but somehow no one is really here." Wushuang guessed, "Maybe these people only have shells, no souls inside." Xiao Changsheng said, "Anyway, let's go down and take a look first." Everyone agreed without hesitation. A group of people hurried down the mountain toward the town. When they entered the town, they saw that the people were dressed clearly in the style of the Republic of China era. Most importantly, although people moved around and seemed lively, the entire town was silent, completely quiet, with no sounds at all. There were small vendors, but no shouting or selling sounds. People bought vegetables, put them in baskets, paid, and then left without any noise. The Taoist priest looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone's faces are smiling, and the smiles are all the same expression, even without changing, like..." The nearby monk interrupted, "Like puppets, their expressions don't change." Xiao Changsheng casually grabbed someone and pinched their arm. "It's not just like it. These are puppets." Wushuang also grabbed someone, rolled up their sleeve, and saw the puppet-like joints. Wushuang said, "These puppets look just like real people, and the craftsmanship is amazing." He pinched the puppet skin. "This skin doesn't feel like real skin nor rubber. I wonder what material it is. It looks very realistic." Xiao Changsheng reminded everyone, "No matter what, be careful. If these puppets suddenly attack us, it could be very dangerous since there are so many." Wushuang took out 2 protective talisman discs, activated them, and handed them to Lubin. "These are defense discs. One for you, and one for your son. They can protect you both from outside harm." Lubin gratefully accepted them. "Thank you, Miss Wushuang." He first put one disc on his son Lu Weishan, then kept the other close to his body, patting his chest. Entering this small town, with his son's lost spirit and their ordinary appearance, Lubin felt very nervous. Now that Wushuang had given him the defense talisman, he felt a little more at ease. Everyone moved carefully through the puppets, staying alert. Wushuang held a talisman disc in one hand and a stack of 5 thunder talismans in the other. The talisman disc was for defense, and the thunder talismans were for attack. If the puppets dared to attack, she would use the thunder talismans immediately. The 5 thunder talismans were for group attack. When released, a rain of lightning would strike within 10 meters, attacking everything nearby. They had a wide range and strong power, perfect for fighting groups. The puppets went about their activities, shopping, selling things. Wushuang looked around, noticing the porters carrying loads, the waiters in the tavern, and even beggars on the street. If it weren't for the lack of sound, everyone would think they had truly traveled back to a small town in the Republic era. As they moved further in, more puppets appeared, and Wushuang kept feeling that these puppets were getting closer and closer. After being hit by the puppet for the 3rd time, Wushuang stopped. The people around him also paused when they saw Wushuang stop. Strangely, as everyone stopped, all the puppets also froze in place, standing still without moving. It was as if time in the small town had suddenly frozen. Wushuang frowned and looked around. "Do you feel that we are being controlled by these puppets?" Before anyone could answer, all the puppets suddenly turned their heads to face the crowd. Some puppets that were facing away turned their heads 180 degrees to look behind them, and a few even tilted their heads upside down. All the puppets' faces were directed at the crowd, with their eyes fixed on everyone. They still wore the same smiling faces, but their eyes stared coldly, creating a creepy and eerie scene. The group and the puppets stared at each other for a moment. Wushuang looked at the arrow on the tracking formation and said, "Let's keep moving. We're close to finding the way." After some discussion, they decided there was no better option and continued forward. But as they moved, the puppets also started to move quickly. This time, the puppets no longer tried to secretly trap the group. Instead, they openly formed two lines. They forcefully trapped everyone in the middle, blocking the way so that the group could only follow the path the puppets created. Fortunately, the path the puppets blocked was the same as the direction indicated by the arrow on the tracking formation, so the group followed it naturally. Soon, everyone arrived at the center of the town, where there was a large open-air stage. Under the stage, there were tables and chairs. The puppets pulled out chairs and made inviting gestures toward the crowd. The arrow from the tracking formation pointed at the stage. Wushuang and the others exchanged glances. Xiao Changsheng was the first to speak, saying, "Let's sit down and see what's happening." Everyone nodded and sat on the chairs, following the puppets' gestures. Then, some puppets came over and placed tea, snacks, and sunflower seeds on each table. After placing the items, the puppets stopped watching the crowd and moved away to form a circle nearby. It was clear they were watching over everyone, not letting anyone leave. Wushuang looked down. The tea was cold, just plain water, and the cups were covered with thick dust. As for the snacks and pastries, they looked very real but were all made from clay. Suddenly, drums and gongs sounded, and smoke rose from the stage. A theatrical voice began to sing, and with the singing, a beautifully dressed actress appeared from behind the scenes. Before long, a group of people playing drums, gongs, and string instruments appeared in one corner of the empty stage. They wore long robes and jackets, straw hats, and had big braids, completely dressed in a style from the Republic era. The drumming grew faster, and more characters appeared on the stage. These characters behaved very differently from the puppets. They are agile and move freely, able to make sounds, and their expressions are not just simple faces. They show happiness, anger, sadness, and joy. This scene features a famous Peking opera excerpt. Listening to it is actually quite pleasant. If the current scene weren't so strange, listening to this performance would be a real enjoyment. At this moment, a martial artist with a colorful spear suddenly rushes out from behind the stage. Although this martial artist is heavily made up, Lubin still stands up quickly. He excitedly points at the performer on stage, his voice trembling. "That's my son. That's my son." The arrow in the tracking array also points to that performer, confirming that Lubin was right. Lubin rushes to the front of the stage and loudly calls out to Lu Weishan. "Weishan, I am your father. Dad has come to find you." Seeing that Lu Weishan on stage doesn't react and continues to perform his part as usual, Lubin becomes anxious. He lifts his leg to try to climb onto the stage. As Lubin moves, all the surrounding puppets turn their heads, looking at him in unison, then step forward in a big group. Wushuang quickly stands up and throws out a formation disc. It is a trapping formation. The disc expands in midair, trapping all nearby puppets. The puppets struggle wildly inside the formation, and the white light from the formation ripples with waves as the puppets hit it. Lubin has already climbed onto the stage and rushes over to grab Lu Weishan. However, Lu Weishan seemed to have completely forgotten his father, mechanically singing opera while staggering with Lubin, who was holding him. Xiao Changsheng walked over, performed a spell, and froze Lu Weishan in place. Wushuang opened her heavenly eye, looked at Lu Weishan, then glanced at the actors on the stage who ignored the crowd and continued singing. It seems that the souls of living people are trapped inside these puppets. No wonder these puppets are so lively. They are different from the previous ones. These puppets all have souls inside. Xiao Changsheng stroked his beard and said, "Although they are lively, they don't have their own awareness. They are just mechanically performing the singing. Besides singing, they feel nothing else." At this moment, Lu Weishan, who was frozen by Xiao Changsheng, broke free from the spell and started singing again. Lu Bin, pulled along by Lu Weishan's singing, staggered anxiously and looked at everyone desperately. Master, everyone, please stop studying this. Quickly think of a way to let my son's soul return to his body. We can't let him keep singing like this. Wushuang was not very good at this kind of magic. She tried using talisman paper, but it didn't work. She flipped through her space for a formation disc, but couldn't find a suitable one. She wanted to use her magic to directly pull the soul out of the puppet's body, but the soul inside the puppet remained completely still. No, it can't be done. These souls aren't simply trapped inside the puppets. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so solid. Still, Xiao Changsheng took out several talisman papers and stuck them onto the puppet possessed by Lu Weishan. Wushuang watched as the power of the talisman pulled Lu Weishan's soul out of the puppet's body, but it only pulled halfway before it could go no further. It seemed as if the soul and the puppet's body were connected as one. If pulled too hard, Lu Weishan's soul would show a pained expression. Xiao Changsheng quickly interrupted. No, his soul is linked to the puppet's body. You can't pull it forcefully, or the soul will tear apart. At this moment, the puppets trapped by Wushuang's formation broke free and rushed toward everyone. Wushuang immediately took out 5 thunder talismans and threw them out in large quantities. Lightning struck down repeatedly, almost flattening the ground around the stage. All the puppets were shattered by the 5 thunder talismans. However, Wushuang didn't dare to attack the puppet on the stage, as there was a person's soul inside. As the puppet shattered, black mist instantly swirled around the stage, quickly enveloping it. The entire stage turned pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. Xiao Changsheng hurriedly took out a handful of talismans and threw them out, shouting, "Bright-eye talisman!" The talismans landed on everyone, and a white light entered their foreheads. Their eyes glowed white, and they finally saw clearly around them. Unknowingly, these singing puppets had grown larger, like giants, looking down at everyone. Not only that, but the dolls shattered by Wushuang with the 5 thunder talisman also recovered and gathered around everyone. What truly caught everyone's attention was a huge hand, faintly visible amidst swirling black mist above their heads. This hand was so large it seemed to cover the entire sky, with countless threads hanging from its fingers. These threads were connected to the dolls, controlling all of them beneath the giant hand. The fingers of the giant hand moved slightly, lifting all the dolls into the air. Wushuang noticed that the souls inside the puppet performers were tightly bound to the dolls by the dense threads. A voice, both real and illusionary, ethereal yet mighty, echoed from all directions. Why won't you watch the show properly? Is the show not good? Why do you come to cause trouble? Why disturb my performance? If you don't watch properly, you deserve to die. As the voice spoke, a huge face bent down to look at them. Surrounding this face was a circle of masks painted with theatrical makeup, representing the roles of Sheng, Dan, Jing, Mo, and Chou. These masks kept changing and appearing on the large face in the center. A monk, eyes filled with shock, looked at the giant face and exclaimed in disbelief, "It's the Ghost King." The others also grew restless. The Ghost King was not easy to deal with, one of the most powerful ghosts, often resulting in death or serious injury when encountered. Xiao Changsheng's expression also turned serious. He hadn't expected such a high-level ghost as the Ghost King to appear here. Wushuang saw that Xiao Changsheng's body gradually became straight and tense, and he looked more serious. Previously, Xiao Changsheng had been very relaxed. Xiao Changsheng waved his hand, and a 7-star sword appeared in his hand. He looked up at the Ghost King above and sneered, "Too much talk." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword at the Ghost King. With one strike, countless sword lights burst out, instantly engulfing the huge Ghost King. When the sword light faded, the Ghost King had completely disappeared. At the same time the Ghost King vanished, all the surrounding puppets also disappeared. Wushuang was stunned. Is this the fighting power of the world's hero? So strong. It felt like playing a game and seeing a boss. I thought it would be a tough battle lasting hundreds of rounds, but the expert defeated it with one strike. Zhou Jingchen looked into Xiao Changshen's eyes, full of admiration and envy. He couldn't help but sigh and mutter, having such a powerful disciple, that old guy Qi Xiao is really lucky. But then he glanced at Wushuang beside him and comforted himself. Oh well, one shouldn't be too greedy. My disciple is a rare genius. Although she can't compare to a prodigy like Xiao Changsheng, such a talented disciple is hard to find. Wushuang didn't know that her future master thought she was not as good as Xiao Changsheng. She looked at Xiao Changsheng with passionate and ambitious eyes. Compared to admiring Xiao Changsheng's incredible skills, Wushuang feels more excited and eager to become stronger. She also wants to be as powerful as Xiao Changsheng, able to defeat the Ghost King with a single sword, or even more powerful. She has decided that once she returns, she will double her usual training time and work even harder. After the Ghost King and the puppet disappeared, everything in this place returned to normal. The lively and busy small town instantly revealed its true, ruined state. Only broken houses and foundations remain. It no longer looks like a small town. Without the puppet's body, the trapped spirits regained their consciousness. These spirits are living souls. Their bodies haven't died yet. Zhou Jingchen used a special talisman to send each person back to their own body. Thanks to the talisman's power, even if the body is thousands of miles away, the spirit can return precisely to it. Lu Weishan's body was nearby, so his spirit quickly returned to his body. Zhou Jingchen took back the puppet talisman from Lu Weishan. His body wobbled and then collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, Lu Bin quickly caught him, so he didn't fall flat on his face. Lu Bin worriedly supported his soft, exhausted son. What happened? Zhou Jingchen nonchalantly replied, "Don't worry. The soul left the body for too long. When it suddenly returns, there's some resistance between the spirit and the body. It just needs a moment to settle." As Zhou Jingchen finished speaking, Lu Weishan was already able to stand on his own. He looked around the unfamiliar place with a confused expression, scratching his head in bewilderment. "Dad, what's going on? I was just traveling with my friends. Why are you here? And why are there monks and Taoists?" Seeing his son return to normal, Lu Bin almost cried with joy and couldn't help but pat Lu Weishan on the head. "You little rascal, how dare you ask me that? Do you know you almost scared your dad to death? Why did you come to such a place?" Lu Weishan felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I heard there's an abandoned ancient town here. I was just curious and wanted to come see it." Lu Bin glared and said, "Next time, control your curiosity. Don't come to places like this again. Do you know you almost lost your life?" Lu Bin recounted everything that had happened recently. Lu Weishan's eyes widened in shock, and he kept promising he wouldn't be reckless again. After teaching his son a lesson, Lu Bin thanked everyone individually and promised to transfer the payment to their accounts once he returned. On the way back, with Zhou Jingchen's divine talisman, the journey was very fast. Lu Weishan was a carefree boy. Seeing the divine talisman, he found it amazing. When Wushuang took water out of the space to drink, he looked curious and excited. Sitting in the car, Lu Weishan looked at Wushuang and Zhou Jingchen, hesitating before speaking. Two great masters, could you sell me a few of those divine travel charms and space charms? Of course, if you have extras, that would be even better. I'll pay 10,000 per charm." Lu Bin was very generous in offering a high price for the charms, even though he knew Wushuang had previously sold space charms for 30,000 each. Fortunately, Wushuang and Zhou Jingchen were not greedy. Wushuang said, "Sure, my space charms are usable by ordinary people. Tell me how many you want, and I'll draw them for you." Not 10,000, but 30,000 each. Zhou Jingchen also said, "My slowed-down divine travel charms are easy to make, and I sell them for 11,000 each. But you can't use them when there are many people around." Lu Weishan nodded repeatedly. "I understand. It's something only we should know. I'll keep it secret." Rest assured, two great masters. In the end, Lu Weishan bought 100 space charms from Wushuang and 100 divine travel charms from Zhou Jingchen. As soon as they returned, Lu Bin paid everyone their reward, 5 million each. As the one who killed the Ghost King, Xiao Changsheng received 10 million. Xiao Changsheng was the strongest and contributed the most, so everyone agreed he deserved more. It just shows how fast the profound gate makes money. Wushuang, in this trip, earned easily over 10 million just from selling charms and rewards. But the danger was real. Without Xiao Changsheng's help, fighting the Ghost King would have been deadly for everyone. Before leaving, Xiao Changsheng left Wushuang his address and asked her to come find him after she got home to become his apprentice. The ritual of worshipping the master in the mystical school is very grand and formal. Xiao Changsheng needs to prepare for it and also inform her friends to come and watch. Wushuang also needs to prepare a gift for her master and notify her parents to join her for the ceremony. Wushuang didn't tell Luo Xia and Wei Jiani in advance that she was going home. They still had to go to work. But before Wushuang even reached the door, she saw a black bundle jump down from the villa's gate and quickly approach her. This black bundle ran to Wushuang's feet, meowing happily and spinning around excitedly. "Mom, you're back. Black Tuan missed you so much." "I missed you too. Black Tuan has been practicing hard." Hearing Black Tuan speak more clearly, Wushuang knew that it had been practicing diligently during her short absence. She bent down, picked up Black Tuan, patted its little head, and scratched its chin. Black Tuan purred comfortably. As she walked toward the villa, she praised it. "Good job, Black Tuan. Mom will reward you with a full fish feast." When they arrived home, Luo Xia and Wei Jiani hadn't finished work yet. Wushuang put down her things and first went to the storage room. The storage room was full of packages from deliveries. Luo Xia and Wei Jiani had already carefully unpacked and sorted all the boxes. Wushuang's shopping was very diverse: clothes, food, daily necessities, seasonings, oils, salts, vinegars, teas, and all kinds of skill books she could think of. She packed her belongings into her space and then took out her phone to place many orders, buying everything she could think of. However, ordering online is not very convenient. She thought about visiting the factory when she had free time, selling directly from the source to get cheaper and larger quantities. She could also buy fruits, vegetables, grains, and meats directly from farmers and breeders. Her space was also feeling a bit wronged because she hadn't had a chance to put things inside it. Mainly, she didn't want to attract attention. In this world, space symbols are common but not widespread. In the future, she plans to sell many space symbols to ordinary people. As more people use space symbols, the behavior of buying things and then losing them inside the space will become less noticeable. Once everyone gets used to it, she can openly and freely store things in her space without worry. She won't have to fear being caught by illegal groups for research purposes. It's not just worry over nothing. Places full of cameras make it almost impossible for large amounts of goods to disappear without attracting attention. After clearing out her warehouse, she kept her promise and prepared a full fish feast for the black group, along with plenty of other meats. When Luo Xia and Wei Jian finished work and returned home, they were happily surprised to see the feast that she had prepared, which looked like a grand banquet. They rushed over, grabbed her, and looked her over carefully, afraid she might have been hurt. Luo Xia looked worried and asked, "How are you? Did you get hurt this time? Was everything smooth?" Wei Jian also looked concerned but rolled his eyes at Luo Xia after hearing her question. "Seeing our daughter lively and energetic, everything must be going well," Luo Xia bluntly interrupted. "Now that you see her saying that, who was it just yesterday worrying if she was okay or if things were going smoothly?" Wushuang smiled and cut in. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Not only am I fine this time, but I also made a big profit. I transferred some money to you both. Remember to check." Wushuang was generous, sending each of them 1 million yuan. The rest, besides stocking up in her space, she planned to use for charity. For her now, money isn't the most important thing. Doing good deeds brings merit, which is much more valuable to her than money. At dinner, Wushuang mentioned her apprenticeship again, and Luo Xia and Wei Jian both took it seriously. Luo Xia immediately started thinking about what gifts to buy. Since Wushuang's master is truly skilled, we can't be careless with the ceremony. Maybe we should visit antique shops to look for a compass, a 7-star sword, or ancient copper coins. Wei Jian listed his friends, saying, "I know 2 friends who understand antiques. I'll ask them to help spot fake items so we don't buy any forgeries. Both of them valued Wushuang's apprenticeship highly. The next morning, Wei Jian contacted his two friends and asked Luoxia for leave to buy the apprenticeship gifts for Wushuang. Wushuang should have gone with them, but she had final exams at school. Usually, she could take leave, but she definitely couldn't miss her exams. When they arrived at school, as soon as they entered the gate, they saw the annoying Su Yan. Wushuang was a bit surprised that the other person wasn't with Yun Miao Miao. However, Wushuang didn't care much about Su Yan. Seeing that Su Yan seemed to want to come over and say hello, Wushuang hurriedly quickened her pace and headed straight for the exam hall. Without looking back, Wushuang didn't realize that Su Yan had been watching her back. After finishing the final exam, Wushuang felt very relaxed as she left the school. Summer vacation was about to start, lasting 2 full months, so she didn't have to come to school and felt free. At the bus stop outside the school gate, Wushuang sat on a bench, waiting for the bus and thinking about when to visit Xiao Changsheng. Just as she was lost in thought, a shadow blocked her view. When she looked up, she saw Su Yan standing in front of her, looking at her.
Seeing Su Yan, Wushuang frowned.
She found him so annoying and was irritated by his persistent presence. Su Yan was not blind either. He noticed Wushuang's impatience and felt a bit sour inside. He had been close to Wushuang since they were young. Before meeting Yun Miao Miao, he had also had feelings for his childhood friend. But Yun Miao Miao's appearance took up all his attention, making it hard for him to remember their past friendship. He even started to dislike how clingy his childhood friend was. However, when Wushuang really cut ties with him decisively, making it difficult to even meet her, Su Yan didn't feel as carefree as he had imagined. During this time, he had been feeling depressed. Even being with his beloved Yun Miao Miao didn't bring him happiness. Today, I finally saw Wushuang. He even forgot about his appointment with Yun Miao Miao to go to the library. After finishing his exam, he ran after Wushuang. Wushuang saw Su Yan standing in front of her. Just looking at her silently, she felt a bit impatient and stood up, planning to go around him and leave. Although the bus hadn't arrived yet, it was okay. She could walk to the next stop or even walk home as exercise. Seeing Wushuang turn to leave without saying a word, Su Yan didn't wait for her to react and blocked her way. Wushuang looked annoyed at Su Yan blocking her and sighed, "What exactly do you want?" Su Yan frowned slightly, feeling a bit unhappy with Wushuang's attitude. "Wushuang, we've been friends since we were kids. I know I haven't been perfect before, but you don't have to cut all ties with me.
I've always thought of you as my sister.
I hope that even if we can't be a couple, we can still be friends." "Huh?" Wushuang sneered sarcastically. Friends? Who would lie to a friend on the rooftop in the rain, causing her to get a high fever and almost develop pneumonia, without feeling sorry or even apologizing? Who would know that my sister is afraid of the dark and ghosts and still force her to go to the haunted building? If I'm right, you even wanted me to be alone in that ghost house. Give me a good lesson. Su Yan, no one would do such extreme things to a friend or their own sister. You and Yun Miao Miao are together. You want me to give up, but why don't you just say it directly? Instead, you use insults and bullying to make me give up because I can't take it anymore. Su Yan, you know very well about the ambiguous relationship we had before. If you've changed your mind, just admit it. Don't pretend to be innocent, and try to hold the moral high ground. I really can't stand friends and brothers like you. I hope we never see each other again. Don't come near me with your cheap tricks anymore." Wushuang was so upset by Su Yan's rude words that her face turned pale. She took a step back, looking like she couldn't accept it. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling a little. "Is that how you really think of me?" Wushuang sneered. "Are you upset because I said you're acting disgusting? This is all your fault. I only told the truth, and now you can't handle it. I've truly suffered the consequences of your actions. Why should I forgive you and pretend we're friends?" At this moment, the bus Wushuang was waiting for arrived. She simply got on the bus. Su Yan couldn't help but reach out to hold Wushuang, but then remembered her harsh words and the look of disgust in her eyes. A feeling of awkwardness and sadness filled her heart. Her hand lost strength and couldn't hold onto Wushuang's sleeve anymore. From the bus window, Wushuang saw Su Yan standing on the platform, looking pale as she watched her leave. Wushuang glanced away quickly, not interested in him at all. She was thinking about visiting Xiao Changsheng once she returned home. The next morning, Luo Xia and Wei Jianyi drove with Wushuang to visit Xiao Changsheng. Wushuang was holding her black cat, planning to introduce her pet apprentice to Xiao Changsheng and maybe get some advice on training the cat. Xiao Changsheng's address was in the suburbs of her city. Wushuang thought Xiao Changsheng probably lived in a big yard or a country villa, with space for cats and dogs. But when they arrived, she was surprised to find that Xiao Changsheng lived on a mountain. In fact, the entire mountain was her territory, surrounded by a tall fence. At the foot of the mountain, the gate was closed, but as soon as Wushuang arrived, the gate opened. A girl, about 13 or 14 years old, came out from inside. Wushuang quickly got out of the car. The girl looked her over and asked, "Grandpa the dean told me to wait here for his disciple. Are you her?" Wushuang nodded. "Yes, I am. Thank you for coming to meet me. Please help guide me." The girl waved her hand, indicating she wouldn't get in the car, and pointed to a fork in the road at the entrance. "Left goes to the welfare home, right goes to the pet hospital. Grandpa lives at the top of the mountain. You need to go up." The mountain was very large, over 1,000 meters high. A winding mountain road twisted like a dragon around the mountain. The path winds around the mountain many times, so it's not too steep. There are many man-made platforms on the mountain, with rows of neat cat villas, most of which are occupied by cats. When reaching the top, the number of cat villas is even more impressive, with 7 or 8 floors and some with 4 or 5 floors, all arranged neatly. Ladders connect them, making it easy for cats to move in and out. Some villas look cool and suitable for summer living, while others look warm and cozy for winter. There are small artificial mountain streams and ponds everywhere, with flowing water that allows cats to drink anytime. The water is shallow, so there's no need to worry about cats falling in and getting hurt. Besides the cat villas, there are rows of dog houses, where many dogs are kept. What surprises Wushuang is that the dogs here can live peacefully with the cats. Many pet dogs can get along with cats because of human intervention, but these stray dogs living peacefully with cats is almost against their natural instincts. Wushuang couldn't help but grab a big yellow dog, a rural dog carrying a tabby cat on its back, and studied it carefully. He noticed the dog was wearing a red string around its neck, with a wooden tag hanging from it. The tag had symbols drawn on it. Wushuang looked closely and thought for a long time before understanding that the symbols on the wooden charm are meant to suppress aggressive behavior. When the dog wears this charm, it becomes calmer and gentler. With enough food and water, it naturally gets along well with the cats. Wushuang petted the black ball of fur, which looked a bit nervous after seeing all the dogs on the mountain. "I couldn't help but say, it seems your master ancestor really likes cats and dogs. They went to great lengths to make sure these animals get along peacefully. You don't need to worry about these dogs biting you anymore." The black group nudged Wushuang's face and said, "Black group isn't afraid. Black group is a cat demon, not afraid of these ordinary dogs." Although it spoke confidently, its small body was honestly pressed tightly against Wushuang's chest, refusing to get down.